Welcome from sunny Stockholm here. It is a wonderful, wonderful day. Welcome to the Splatoon 3 European Championships of the Nordic Regions 2023. It's a very exciting day. My name is Bowie. I am joined by Charlie on the commentary desk. It's going to be an exciting day. Before we get anything underway, I want to just quickly open with a very, very important fun fact for everyone here. Did you know, for example, that people who own koi fish ponds, right, that they have fake fish in their pond?
I did not know
you didn't
that.
Know this? So basically, to be more accurate, every fourth fish in a koi fish pond is fake. It helps keep the fish safe, you see. So in order to keep track of them, they label their fish. So the first three, there'll be fish A, fish B, and fish C.
Okay.
They're the real ones.
They're the real ones.
But the fake one, the fourth one, well, that's the decoy.
I see what you did there.
Okay, so welcome to the Nordic Finals. It's a very exciting day. We have four fantastic teams who battled it out to get to this point to basically be the last four standing within their region. Now, the big reason that the Nordic Finals are so exciting is that the winner of today's tournament will be going on to represent the Nordic region in the European Grand Finals in October over in Frankfurt in Germany. So it's a very, very exciting tournament, very prestigious, and the four teams here are going to be that one remaining to represent the entire Nordic region. How are you feeling about the event and today? And then we'll start talking about how we got here as well, so crack on.
Yeah, I'm feeling super excited about today. It's going to be amazing to get to see all of these teams face off. We've got some really high quality games waiting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, we know that these are the best teams that the Nordic region have. Obviously, when it comes to the general tournaments, they may play in different teams, different combinations, but this is the teams that they have decided to go with to represent their country or represent the region. We have a team who is fully Finnish, so an all-Finland team. We've got a couple of varieties of like multinational teams as well. So yeah, a whole variety of great players from all four countries in the Nordic region. We're live at the Tekniska Museet, thank you, here in Stockholm, which is a lovely, lovely venue all about technology and machinery. And we have a lovely audience has shown up as well to watch the event. So thank you very much for being part of it live here, and of course, everyone watching at home as well. So let's quickly talk about that qualifier that happened, or I think it was about a month ago now?
A month ago, we had an online qualifier event. We had 10 teams participating from the Nordic region, and have been able to qualify to today.
Yeah, so before we talk about the teams today, let's go over those, how it kind of went, because we had 2 days of qualifiers. The first day was 2 groups, and it was like a round robin, so everyone would play everyone in their group. And the top seeds of both of those groups got floated to today's finals. And those teams were Hankikanto, who are our #1 seed today, the all-Finnish team. And then the other one, I believe, was
Team Abow knas.
Abow knas, yeah. So they were our first 2 seeds who made it through to the finals, and then they are going to be playing the 2 seeds who went through to day 2 of our qualifiers, where we had a final bracket, and the top 2 teams in that bracket made it here today. Those 2 teams being Gifflar and
Blåbærsyltetøy.
and Blåbærsyltetøy. Now, of course, I'm not from the Nordic region, so I will struggle with that name. My apologies for butchering the Norwegian language at any point. I'm sorry in advance. So yeah, Hankikanto and Gifflar, I believe, are going to be our very first. Oh, sorry, Hankikanto and Blåbærsyltetøy will be our first match today of the Nordic Finals. So let's quickly have a look at those teams and start having a quick look at who we're going to be watching in our first semi-final of the day. So let's have a look at that. The team, the yellow team, Hankikanto from Finland.
Yeah, Hankikanto, they have their captain Sendo.
There he is in the yellow.
They also have Atomic, Arc, and Kaldemar.
Yeah, Atomic actually being, there are 5 members of Hankikanto, and Cafe couldn't make it to the event today, so Atomic is taking that spot. So yeah, Sendo, Atomic, Arc, and Kaldemar, or Kalda here, all from Finland. So yeah, they're storied players. Sendo and Kaldemar have been playing for a long time together. They were, I believe, the Nordic champions from 2019. And they obviously went to the grand finals in Paris back then. So to see them together again in a different team, very exciting. There's Ark there, who's been very spirited today, having a nice chat with him, and he was talking about the pressures of the event and looking forward to kind of really putting on their best. Sendo, of course, well-known player within the scene, having created Sendo.inc, a very big resource for the game. Yeah,
this is definitely a very experienced team. They got lots of veterans, so we'll have to see how they perform today. They are the #1 seed coming into this.
Indeed, yeah. Kaldemar there, very stoic man. He's been playing for a long time, got a lot of ability, a lot of experience, and wanting to really show that today and see their way through to the grand finals. But of course, we have Hankikanto going up against the all-Norwegian team, Blåbærsyltetøy. So apologies again for that one. They're going to be our blue team. So let's have a look at Hankikanto's opponents.
Yeah, on Blåbærsyltetøy, we got the full Norwegian squad. This is a squad that came together before this event to play together. They've known each other for quite a while, but they came together just for this event now.
Their captain Mustafa. They also have Ina, Evelyn, and Ellie on their team today. Roy, of course, was another player who played during the qualifiers, one of their substitutes who again couldn't make it today. So, Evelyn stepping in for Roy's space here. So, they had a really good tournament. They were one of our qualifiers from day 2 who had a very nail-biting path through that bracket and managing to make it to this point. Very exciting. So there's Ellie sitting down.
Yeah, we got
Evelyn. Yeah, big smile there. Very excited to be here. Always nice to see. Big fan of the game, as you can tell there. Ina been putting in some good performances again during that qualifier, so hoping for more of that quality today as well. And on the end, you've got their team captain, Mustafa. Game face on already, as you can see.
Yeah, they're super focused to get into this match. As you mentioned, they had a great run through that lower bracket to take that final spot and qualify to play at the LAN here today.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where Hankikanto are considered our first seeds of the event, so this is going to be a difficult game for Blåbærsyltetøy, but of course we should mention how today is going to be running. It's not a single elimination bracket, it's double elimination, which means that we have all of our teams are in winners bracket. So if they lose one game, they'll go down to the losers bracket. If you lose again, then you're out of the event. So that's currently what it's looking like. Obviously we will be seeing Abow, Knas a little bit later and Gifflar play their match. But yeah, so you do have a second chance.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a difficult first game, as we were saying, for the Norwegian team, just because, Hankikanto are our #1 seed. But it's not impossible, they have been able to beat good teams to get here. It's not impossible.
Yeah, most definitely. It's awesome to see this double elimination bracket format and see teams get an extra chance to try and make it to that grand final.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so what we should do as well next, as we're approaching the first game for our first semi-final, because Splatoon 3 is a very interesting and nuanced and complex competitive game with lots of competitive modes. Let's have a look at semi-final 1 and exactly which maps and modes we're going to be playing, because this does matter for Splatoon. So if you've watched the Nordic qualifiers, you'll recognize this format quite well. We're going to be opening up our best of 5 or our first to 3 with a mini best of 3 already on Turf War. So up to 3 games. If someone wins this 2-0, that'll be the first point in the best of 5 being decided in Turf War there. And then we get to these Anarchy battles where it's 1 point per game.
Yeah, so we're going to see a big variety of different maps and modes. Potentially, we're going to get to see all 4 of our Anarchy modes already in this first match, depends on how.
Yeah, I'd love to see a game 5 immediately. So again, best of 5 always means first to 3. So if the Turf War goes to one team and then the Clan Blitz and Splat Zones goes to the same team, it's over. We won't see game 4 or game 5. But of course, if it goes the distance, we will be seeing all those ones. Now, we were mentioning that maps and modes matters. So there are a variety of maps, and they all are built a particular way. But then the modes in which you play on those maps will change and affect how that map plays. You have, this maybe I guess a little bit more slower, but somewhat strategic mode like Clan Blitz, or the more aggressive style in something like Rainmaker, or indeed Splat Zones. If it kick out, that can be very fast sometimes as well. So.
Yeah, so our first matchup is going to be Undertow Spillway Turf War. This map is a pretty narrow map. It has that spine in the middle.
Yes.
That players will want to try and cross to get into the opponent's half.
Yeah, I think Turf War is an interesting way to open it, and it's why there is this mini best of 3, because it's a mode that you don't generally see in competitive, just because it's quite erratic and it's whatever happens at the last dying seconds of the game is the most important, so it's kind of hard to see. So a mini best of 3 in that allows you to kind of see out that erratic behavior on if it was just a one-off. And then so it's nice to be able to do it and make it a fun competitive mode for the players. I remember during the qualifiers I was saying it's been a long time since I actually had fun playing this mode competitively. It's normally just a casual bit of fun for them to warm up on, but they actually were like, this is really engaging actually. So it's nice to see that.
We got to hear from the players as well that they really enjoyed this best of 3 format. Turf War can be pretty punishing if you get wiped, you get splatted those last few seconds of the match. So it's nice to see this best of 3 format that gives teams a chance to hop right back into it.
Yeah. So how are you feeling about this matchup? I mean, obviously we can't sit here and be like, maybe you give predictions. They can hear us, so you don't want to be too mean to one team. But how do you feel this is going to go? Do you think we're going to see that game 4, that game 5? Because I feel that Blåbærsyltetøy do have this ability to kind of really dig their heels in when they need to, and they showed that during the day 2 of qualifiers.
Yeah, they definitely had that insane lower bracket run, so we have to see them bring the same level they did in those calls if they want to be able to take some games and take this win ultimately. So I definitely think I'm going to give a game 4 prediction.
Game 4?
Game 4?
So you're saying a 3-1. Do you want to say a 3-1 in favor of either team?
No.
No? Okay, cool.
I'll leave it at that.
That's safe. Well, we just heard that we're ready to start the game, so let's jump over to the game feed, and let's kick off this Nordic Finals, and let's see. We're in the lobby. I apologize. So they're just getting ready to start. So we're getting everyone readied up. Excuse me. So they're going to be choosing their weapons, choosing their loadouts. And then as soon as we get the okay to jump into game, we shall. So we should probably talk about this part of the game because it's very important. There is a wide variety of weapons and loadouts that our players can use, which does create this concept of a meta. There's going to be weapons that are more important. There's going to be more specials and side weapons that are going to be seeing a lot of. I remember we talked a lot about the usage of the the word is completely yes, of course, the specials. But obviously, the ballpoint splatling weapon being a very, very popular one. Not just because it's a good weapon itself, but has the crab as well.
Has the inkjet.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the inkjet. Sorry.
Yeah.
And which is very, very powerful. But you're going to be seeing a lot of the crab specials and the tacticooler as well. Thank you. Yes. I knew it was a cooler, but I was like, what's the word? Because I knew it was some kind of play, a nice pun.
Soda.
Splatoon 2 is Splatoon 2. Splatoon is full of puns, and it's always nice to see. So yes, tacticooler. And the inkjet and and crab. So the Inkjet's a very, very powerful special, big AoE, hard to hit obviously when you're moving around, and is nice. It's like a bit of a part of a power play. So anyway, players are ready, so we're going to be jumping into that first game, and we can see just how this first match will go. We got 2 rounds of or potentially 3 rounds of turf war, as we have one team, our yellow team, Hankikanto, and our blue team, the all-Norwegian team, Blåbærsyltetøy, as we go into our first game of our Nordic Finals. So let's make some noise for our teams. There we go. You can hear them in the background there.
Yeah, we see Ellie here with that ballpoint splatling that you did mention earlier, being hopefully used to great effect with that special. Mustafa here, though, coming in with the Gluga duel. He's trying to get down a lot of turf.
Yeah, we've seen Mustafa make a lot of great plays on that day too with those dualies. Played them a lot. Very aggressive player. Wants to be really, really fast-paced. Here is the crab is out, ready to go. That weak point behind does take down Mustafa nice and quickly. Good defensive ability and just putting down a lot of pressure. Good stuff there from Kaldemar.
Yeah, beautiful job here putting down the tactical for the Hankikanto squad. They're pushing up, managed just to get that splat on Mustafa. Mustafa with those Gluga dualies, unable to get any work put in.
Yeah, Ina having to push back. Tried to get a couple of hits there with that bow, but had to push back nice and quickly as Atomic was pressurizing on the right-hand side. Just trying to do a good job here of covering as much ground as possible. But yeah, Ina throws out the missiles as well.
Yeah, something we see Hankikanto do really well here is they've spread out all of their players to build like a wall to make sure that Blåbærsyltetøy cannot push into that middle area of the map.
I think it's kind of, again, this mode is kind of is based or kind of decided on these big power plays in special moments, and especially towards the back end. But nice double splat there from Atomic. Getting a double, very, very lovely. Now they're going to use that opportunity to push forward. Evelyn goes down as well. That was a 3-for-1, I think, or a 3-for-0 on the side for Hankikanto. They have 2 specials up currently, ready for a power play.
Beautiful push right there. Kaldemar hiding in the ink, maybe able to catch someone off guard right here. Eli does manage to spot it, though.
Yeah, very, very nice. Good stuff there. Just waiting. Got the special ready, and now is going, just firing out from afar. No one can get to Kaldemar there, so as there's a 1-for-1 at the back half. 1 minute left to go of our first game. So far, it's been very much in favor of Hankikanto. Blåbærs need to get back into this center and push if they can get that power play off. The Tensitech missiles go out. Arc has to push back, evade a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial moment right here for Blåbærsyltetøy to try and push out of their spawn. We see those specials coming out. They're trying to take some control of mid. Sadly, they don't have enough players at the moment to be able to secure that push. 30 seconds left now. No,
and as you can see, Hankikanto building up for a big power play too. 1 special on the board, 2 specials just about to be ready. There they are. It's very, very important now for Blåbærsyltetøy to push forward, but they haven't got a special ready. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. What can they find now as Kaldemar pulls out the crab and firing down artillery on that back line? 2 down.
This is a beautiful position here from Kaldemar inside that bubbler with the crab, making sure Blåbærsyltetøy cannot get to him.
Excellent work as the dying seconds come through. Looks like very, very strong first game there for Hankikanto. Wow, that's a strong game.
That's a strong game right there from Hankikanto. Lots of control of mid, never letting Blåbærsyltetøy get out of the spawn and get out into that middle area. They use that crab beautifully to zone out their opponents.
Yeah, you were mentioning it as well. Yeah, Kaldemar's positioning was just so nice. He was in a very, very safe position and had this view of the entire space. We're going to get a few highlights here of this first game as Kaldemar was utilizing this crab the entire time. As you were mentioning, that great positioning there as well.
Yeah, this double splat there from Atomic, crucial to make sure to push into that opponent base.
Yeah, of course. I mean, those are the kind of moments, being able to just suddenly get a 2 splats off like that allows you to push so hard. So strong first game there for Hankikanto. Sendo just taking a moment, just a little bit of breathing here as the members of Blåbærsyltetøy have just a little bit of a discussion about that game, maybe going over some strats as well. Looking forward to that next one. So let's look forward to our second game. We're going to Macomar. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is a fun map. It's going to be interesting to see. We saw that crab being used, put up on a high point right there by Kaldemar. So it's going to be interesting to see if these boxes in Macomar will be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, just those kind of little moments, those little kind of walls here and there that will kind of create perhaps opportunities to find flanks or just to kind of keep yourself safe whilst making pushes. We were saying that there was that central spine and these kind of 2 high points, but it was mostly just kind of like this no man's land of consistence back and forth. So no kind of real way to I guess like keenly strategize around key objectives. So we'll have to see how that looks going into this next game. But yeah, our players are just going to be readying up and preparing for that second game. But yeah, so if Hankikanto win this next game, we'll get that first point over. So currently it's not 1-0 in the best of 5, but it's 1-0 in this like mini best of 3. So game starting. Let's jump over to our second game in Mako Mart.
Yeah, Mako Mart here. We're going to see our players spawn in. Let's have a look at and see if they are switching up their loadouts or if they're sticking with what they know. It seems like they're sticking with the same loadouts from the previous match. Something important here to note as well is how these players choose to approach the middle area of the map at the beginning of the match. We see Hankikanto taking a slower approach, inking all of their base before they push up towards that middle, maybe charging up their specials, whilst Blåbærsyltetøy only have 1 player at the back.
Indeed, yeah. So I mean, just to clarify, covering ground will build that special up nice and quickly. So they want to make sure they have a nice, strong base to come into this first play with full aggression and full confidence. They've already got a splat down on the side of Blåbærsyltetøy as we see Atomic pushing forward nicely, really aggressive and pushing back their opponent.
Yeah,
Goes down eventually.
Ellie now with a beautiful splat and the inkjet coming out. That bubbler though making it difficult to pick up any splats, does get taken out. And Kaldemar again with this crab. Beautiful job at pressuring back the opponents. We see Kaldemar using the crab this time on a lower platform, unable to secure the control to get up on those boxes. But now it's Blåbærsyltetøy a little bit on the back foot as they are trying to push back in. Mustafa now with those Gluga dualies putting up a lot of pressure. Mustafa has played this weapon in Splatoon 2 as well, is very confident with this weapon. Does get taken down though.
So a couple of trades back and forth there as we're now getting a quick view of Arc, taking that central zone, just covering behind us, moving forward, just to make sure they've got an escape route should they get caught, but they get taken down in that center. Couple of seconds to come back there as we have Ellie with that inkjet going a little bit crazy. Ina just trying to cover it on this left-hand side. Very nice quick shots here. Gets their special ready to go. 10 Tech missiles available.
Yeah, those missiles are super useful as well for just spotting out your opponents, seeing where they are. It's a great recon tool, so you can call out to your team where everyone is hiding.
Yeah. It also forces their movement as well because it does kind of create a space under you where you can't move. So, or you can't stay rather, so you have to get out. But it's looking like a complete wipeout there. Blåbærs going down as Hankikanto now have the opportunity to cover as much ground as they possibly can. We have those quick respawns though, so they're back in. But there was a nice moment where the complete control in Hankikanto's side.
Yeah, Hankikanto now with huge control of the middle area. There's about 30 seconds left. These are the 30 most crucial seconds in Turf War. Both teams going to have to try and take this control. Mustafa tries to push in here, but this bubbler and tactic cooler combo, beautiful splat bomb from Arc there. Picks up 2 splats. Beautiful job.
Another wipeout.
They get the wipeout. Following that, it's going to be really tough now with 10 seconds left for Blåbærsyltetøy.
You have to say, I mean, it's always harsh to call it, but with that wipeout, it has to be all but over. As Hankikanto cover as much ground as they can, the time ticks down. We're going to go to Judd and Lil Judd to tell us what it is, but we know the answer already. Hankikanto winning that Turf War 2-0 will take the first point in our best of 5. 1-0 to Hankikanto as it stands.
Yeah, beautiful job there on Turf War, Hankikanto. We saw they had a slow start getting to that mid, charging up those specials, but once they took control of mid, they never let go. No,
of course, no. I think that's part of their strength, isn't it? That they have a very core, strong defense that will always kind of give them the positions to push forward. They move back very hesitantly when they need to, but it's always with confidence. They move backwards and forwards so well. Getting these, add into that their excellent accuracy that's allowing them to get great splats like that one. Taking down teams, getting 2 wipeouts during this one, and just controlling space so well. Yeah. Excellent stuff.
Beautiful matchup right there. played turf war to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, even though we saw, during last event's qualifiers, so many clutch final plays in those dying seconds, Hankikanto never gave Blåbærsyltetøy the chance to try that, just locking them down completely. So, right, now that our turf war's done, we're going to be jumping into those anarchy modes. And the first game that we're going to be having in that anarchy mode is going to be Clan Blitz on the Manta Maria, which is a very, very exciting mode. We're going to have to grab a whole, I think it's 8 clams to unlock that power clam, break down the enemy shield, and get some point scoring. So yeah, the first to 100 points wins. You need to count down from 100 to 0, collect clams, 8 to get your power clam, throw that power clam at the shield to open up the net, and then fill that net with a bunch of extra clams. 3 points per clam, 20 points for the power clam.
Yeah, this mode can definitely spiral if you're able to get a strong push with those clams. You just gotta make sure you can get in towards the basket. This is one of those modes that's a bit more spread out than some of the other anarchy modes.
Yeah.
It's very, very spread out with where you have to pick up all of your clams.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the objectives are always moving around. So we're going to be jumping into this next game because we're ready to go, I believe. But yes, as you say, the objectives are always moving, so it's going to force you to consistently never just focus on one place, but then you will converge on this goal for these shots. And it also allows you to strategize when you have a good stock of clams, how you use them. Because when you have that timer ticking down, you can keep it going a little bit longer just by throwing the odd clam in there to keep that timer a little bit stocked up. So being able to fire against your opponents, quickly throw a clam in, fire against your opponents, is quite important. And we saw some good games of Clan Blitz on the Manta Maria during the qualifiers. We had some great wipeouts, some great knockouts, and some great back and forths. So definitely looking to see how it's going. As we see very early on, Hankikanto just taking out a slightly overextended Blåbærsyltetøy there, as this barrier goes straight away down. Great opening 30 seconds here from Hankikanto.
Yeah, beautiful job here throwing in a bunch of clams. This is all about resource management now. We see how they're throwing in a clam at a time just to try and keep it open as long as possible. Kaldemar with a great push here against Evelyn. Does manage to take Evelyn down right there. The barrier is now back up, which gives a chance for Blåbærsyltetøy to get back on defense, but beautiful splat there, and another one! Kaldemar, beautiful job. Let's get punished for it now, though.
That's the kind of stuff we expect to see from Kaldemar. Really experienced player, very devastating, as you saw 3 splats there, taking all the control and letting his teammate just grab as many clams as they need, and they've already got the barrier back down again, and hopefully going to be able to get a few more in as Blåbærs loses another player there, 3 to 4 for a few seconds, as they're keeping them that timer stocked up. 3 points are just going down, and another player goes down, 25. Incredible power play here.
Yeah, beautiful job here. They're really keeping Blåbærsyltetøy out of their base. They're not able to get in towards the basket. Seems like the basket is closing now, though, which ends their push. Ina trying to secure a bit of control here, a bit of turf as they push back into mid. Yeah,
that was a devastating play. There was just so many points going in. That timer keeping stocked and just splat after splat going against Blåbærsyltetøy's favor. So, yeah, good job from Hankikanto there. But, as you say, it did eventually end, and now it's back to this stalemate of trying to grab as many clams as possible and push.
Hankikanto now having that power clam, trying to start the push. They have this control of mid, which is great, but all 4 players of Blåbærsyltetøy are alive, so they're going to have to try and get past them. Ina now, though, off top from mid, trying to put out some pressure. The inkjet coming out, and lots of special coming out from both teams, forcing Arc to back off here with the power clam just to stay alive.
You see Arc looking for a flank on this backside, tries to get that power clam in, and does, scores it straight away. As we have a few more points coming in, that's got to be it. Clean knockout from Hankikanto. Excellent final power play. Arc just waiting, letting their teammates push forward and find that perfect time to come around the side, get that power clam in, and take game 2 for their team. 2-0 to Hankikanto, 1 game away from winners finals.
Yeah, Hankikanto had lots of pressure there, didn't let up pressure of that middle. It all started here with those crucial first splats in the beginning. After that, they never let go of control. Kaldemar also playing a key role in that match by pushing up and just slaying the opponents.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice bit of play here. And that was that final moment. A lot of pressure trying to be thrown out by Blåbærsyltetøy, but they couldn't quite hold on as Arc found that moment as the rest of Hankikanto pressurized. And that's the end of the game. So yeah, the work is all on Blåbærsyltetøy to do this big push back. Now you did say a game 4 potentially, but we have to get past game 3 first. We're going to be going to Splat zones on the Museum d'Alfonsino. So Splat zones a little bit different, not quite spread out, a little bit more focused now.
Yeah, a bit more centralized on that middle zone. It is like a mini turf war. You've got to try and ink this zone. It will start ticking your timer down, and you have to get all the way down to 0. If you wipe the opponent, or if you're just able to get that zone, you can ink it to take back control and give your opponent a big penalty that they have to work through before they can work through their actual score.
Indeed, yeah, and these penalties have been the difference between victory and defeat sometimes. And of course, the bigger the push they make, the bigger the penalty that's put back on. Game's ready to go, though, so let's jump into game 3 straight away. It's Splat zones on Museum d'Alfonsino. So yeah, as you said, this much more focused moment. Yeah, so it's all about holding on to that control, but this is where specials have a really, really big usage. Things like Ink Strike being just put straight on the zone can sometimes just completely wipe it out, unless there's a counter Ink Strike immediately, like ready to kind of counter that, which sometimes you'll see a lot of. But specifically for Museum d'Alfonsino, you can see this central point. Go ahead.
Yeah. You can see, as you mentioned, with the specials, that's usually used in combination to take over the zone in a defensive manner or in an offensive manner sometimes, just to keep that control. Atomic there with a beautiful splat with the squeezer. The squeezer being a weapon that can turf really well. You can tap fire it to have a long range shots, and you can hold down the trigger button to be able to turf a lot close range.
That flexibility is very, very nice to see as well. As we see 2 splats going down against Blåbærsyltetøy as well. They get one back against, I didn't quite see who went down there.
Mustafa.
Sorry, it was, I can't see that. It was Ellie, who went down there. Sorry, Sendo. I'm seeing the wrong words. But yeah, as you can see, in that very, very central part of the UI, you've got that anchor that needs to get taken down as Hankikanto are just holding on to this point and not losing it. 2 splats down for Blåbærsyltetøy again, as Hankikanto are not being countered right now. 20 seconds already.
That feels like a really unfortunate death there for Mustafa. Had that Booyah Bomb charged up, but did start that roll and was stuck in that Splat Bomb. Hankikanto now with the final few seconds. Blåbærsyltetøy trying to take control of the zone. The zone is now contested. Half control for both teams. That Booyah Bomb coming out.
They just need to hold on and get that big penalty point to hold off on that knockout, but 3 down against Blåbærs, and Hankikanto have it again as the dying seconds come through, and that's going to be another knockout.
Wow, those final seconds there. Blåbærsyltetøy almost managed to save off that KO.
That was so close. They almost managed to get that one back and put that penalty point and just hold on for a little bit longer. But Hankikanto, very cleanly done there. Managed to get that victory. Atomic hat on, ready to go. All business here. As we have our first victor of the day. They're going to be going forward to the winners' finals, and we'll face the winner of our next match. We'll get that ready and our players on board just soon. But yeah, cleanly done by Hankikanto. Business as usual for them. You can see nice and calm and chill there. But yeah, this you were mentioning that crucial moment towards the end when Mustafa had a chance to get that Booyah Bomb off, but got taken down. This moment here, this back and forth was just so close. There it was, that last moment to get it. And yeah.
They just needed a slight bit more ink in the zone and they would have had it right there.
Yeah. It's a real unfortunate moment, but that's how it goes. It was a clean knockout, really good opening start, and that's where all of the pressure came in. You know, they just couldn't wrest control back, and they didn't really have an answer until too late in the game. Had they managed to do that a little bit earlier, they might have been able to give themselves a little bit more breathing room and have a bit more confidence throughout those moments as the time is ticking down against them to really fight back and bring something to the table.
Yeah, I think Hankikanto just managing to secure that pressure early on in the matches, able to get those power plays, able to get those positionings with the crab, able to put out a lot of pressure. So
game 1 is over, and that's yeah. We have Hankikanto going forward, but of course, Blåbærsyltetøy are not gone yet. They're going to drop down to that lower side bracket. But we have one more game to go to see who's going to be facing Hankikanto in the winners' finals. And of course, the loser of this match will play against Blåbærsyltetøy in the losers' semis. So let's have a look at our next two teams. The yellow team for this game is going to be Abow knas, I believe. So let's have a look at their team.
Yeah, Abow knas coming in from the qualifiers during that first day.
Look at these gents having a big smile there in the colourful little tunnel on the way to the restaurant here at the Tekniska. Confident bunch. So you've got Marku, their captain, Kino, Scarfi, and Shirane are here today playing as part of the Swedish team. Angel, their sub, are unable to make it, so it's just going to be Shirane, Scarfi, Kino, and Marku today.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, good team. Obviously, you can see the BB at the end of Marku there. A couple of these players, I believe, Marku and Scarfi, were old members of Baybait, I believe, as well. So an old team from yesteryear. But it's no longer about Baybait. We're all about Abow knas. So
yeah, lots of experienced players on this roster right now. So we'll have to see how they are able to deal with the pressure of playing on stage as well. Having that experience is going to be valuable.
I'm trying to go back over my memory, because it was 4 years ago, obviously, about the Nordic Finals in Odense, Denmark, at OdinCon. Was it Baybait and Scarfu's team was in the fight? They came second, or did they come third? I can't remember now.
They weren't in that top four, yeah. Yeah,
well, they were in the top four for sure, yeah. I'm just trying to remember who actually the now Hankikanto beat then. But yeah, but yeah, they're a great team. They have a lot of experience, as you were mentioning, and they're looking forward to getting through to that winners finals. So let's have a look at their opponents on the blue side, Gifflar. So let's have a look at their opponents now. So this is the multinational teams. We had our full Finnish, our full Norwegian, and full Swedish team.
Yeah, this is our mixed Nordic squad. We've got 2 Danish players, 1 Swedish, and 1 Finnish player.
They're having a good time there, just strategizing in the in what looks like a bit of a play zone here in the Tekniska. Yeah, their captain Degno, Nami, who we saw making some excellent plays during the qualifiers with that Kraken power play all the time. Reyes and Raz, of course. So yeah, they had an interesting bracket run as well. So looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. Yeah,
this is going to be a really close matchup. Both of these teams are very evenly ranked, I'd say. So I think this might be the one that goes to Game 5.
I'm trying to remember, because like in the qualifiers, there was one of the games that was a really, really close and nail-biting upset. And I believe it was it this pairing? I think it was Group B who had that team, and there was the team who was seeded to get through lost. And I believe it was knas versus Gifflar, I want to say. And then, so this might be a rematch. I need to go back over the VOD, so I'll speak to production during our first break just to confirm that stat for you. Because I think it's very exciting when you have those kind of run backs against a team that beat you. So it's always exciting, but yeah.
We're gonna have a look at the maps. It's gonna be the same maps and modes as last semi-final, so it'll be a repeat of the same maps and modes. Let's have a look at those quickly. We're going to be starting off with that best of 3 turf war on Undertow Spillway, Macklemore, and potentially Hagglefish Market if it goes to that 3rd game. That is going to count for 1 point before we go towards the Anarchy battles.
Oh yes, we will be hitting up the Manta Maria once again for Clan Blitz, and then visiting the Museum d'Alfonsino once again for Splat Zones. And should we fancy a little bit of culture and go to Game 4, Tower Control in the Inkblot Art Academy. For Game 4, and if we do go the full distance, we get to see Rainmaker on the Flounder Heights, which would be a pretty fun one, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. These modes are going to be super interesting. Starting off with that turf war, we're going to have a look at what weapons these players are going to be bringing into turf war. Turf war weapons are usually a little different than we see from those Anarchy battles. You've got to have a lot of turfing capability to be able to win that turf war match.
Indeed, yeah, as you say, that's the biggest, it's the only objective really, apart from splatting your opponents, and that kind of comes with any weapon really, as long as you're accurate with it. You know, I kind of feel that I'm going to be expecting to see Nami's, you know, patented Kraken usage as well. Uses that a lot in power plays too. I mean, it covers ground and it deals damage. So obviously, it's a good way of perhaps wresting control from an aggressive opponent.
Yeah, we definitely saw that Kraken being used to much effect in the quals. We had some moments where the Kraken wasn't able to be used as effectively as maybe wanted, but lots of power plays that really decided some of those games in the quals.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. Our players are going to be readying up very shortly. They just connecting to the docks, getting themselves ready, and get into those games. So yeah, I think that this is going to be a pretty close one, because I do believe that in the overall seedings of that qualifier, these two teams were quite close.
They were seated right next to each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they were. I want to say they were 2 and 3, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know I don't really know who's going to win this one. I think I'm feeling a little bit more confident in saying that the Knas and Gifflar match was that nail-biting change in that group stage of the qualifiers. So, and I believe it was Knas who won that, and then Gifflar had to work through the bracket stage, didn't they?
Yeah, it's one of those matches that are definitely going to be a nail-biter. We'll have to see how they take control of Turf War in that first matchup. Turf War can definitely be one of those confidence-gaining moments, and just can kind of snowball your team to do well in those anarchy modes as well. Yeah.
I mean, any kind of victory in games like this always kind of help you as a team get a little bit more confidence, try and push a little bit harder. And looking at the difference between like a 2-1 or a 2-0 or a 1-1 in these situations, you want to get this Turf War match won, even though it's erratic as all hell. It matters. It's a point in the best of 5.
Yeah.
So winning that first one and getting off to a good start can just set anything in motion to keep pushing forward.
It sets the tone of the matchup.
Exactly. Yeah.
And gives you some confidence running into those next anarchy modes. But
Indeed.
Turf War is definitely a tough one to win. You've got to secure control of the map. It's whoever has the most paint on the map at the end that wins. So it's all about those final 30 seconds and how you position your team leading up to those crucial moments.
Yes, yeah. I've always find it curious as well when you kind of watch a team and like a match and a back and forth in one matchup, how other teams would then look, because we get to see the same maps and same modes, so we get to see how different teams approach these situations and see maybe who's playing a bit more aggressive, who's controlling space better, because this tournament has 4 teams. We're going to be playing up at least 6 matches. Unless we get a bracket reset in the grand finals, but to see that story unfold, to see what strategies are coming out, Hankikanto is going to be watching this match to see what their potential opponents are going to be doing. So it's important, to take these things forward.
Yeah, no, it's definitely important as well. Both the teams that have already played so far in the lower bracket and the upper bracket now, waiting for their opponents, they're going to be keeping an eye on this matchup to see which weapons each team is deciding to go with and which strategy also both teams decide to play these maps out.
Indeed. Our players are also readying up right now, so we're going to be jumping into the game hopefully very, very soon. We're just getting everyone into the I think everyone's in the lobby, so they're picking those loadouts right now.
Yeah.
There's always a part of me that kind of wants to see him being picked in real time. Don't worry, production, it's fine, it's okay. But I don't know, I just kind of like seeing, because sometimes people will sit there and they'll like hover over 2 and they'll be trying to decide, because like teams have these roles and they have like different kind of people taking different positions. So yeah, but the game is ready to go though, so we're going to be jumping into our first game of our second match of the day of our Nordic Finals of the Splatoon 3 European Championships. Let's hear it for our next 2 teams.
Hopping in now into Undertow Spillway for Turf War. Going to see those weapon loadouts. We got that ballpoint splatling, as you mentioned. As well, we've got a crab coming out on the side of Gifflar, and a crab on the side, both sides here.
Yeah.
On the side of knas as well. We see how the teams are trying to approach this middle now. We see both squads trying to get control of that mid. We see 4 players in the middle area right here. That crab coming out, Rays doing a beautiful job with it, but getting pressured back with another crab right there.
Crab on crab action right there. Sharane winning that particular bout in the early stage. Sharane seeing an opponent trying to take them down, but gets taken down themselves. Unfortunate. Gifflar now having this push.
Gifflar now trying to get this push. We see that Inkjet activates as well. Degno trying to put out a lot of pressure. The special coming down now as well to try and turf as much as possible. Both of these teams have been in a stalemate, trying to push past that middle section. That spine right there being crucial to this play now. It looks like Gifflar are pushing up really aggressively on one side, able to get a couple of splats over there. Abow trying to hold down their lead on this side.
Seems very back and forth. I mean, after that first bit of action at the start, it's been very tame, just very much a cat and mouse moving back and forth, trying to cover as much ground as possible. There's a big bit of pressure through that splash wall. It's taken down. Nami goes down.
That was a beautiful splat right there, throwing the bomb into the wall, having it explode. Degno now trying to take back some control. Marcus in a tough spot, does get taken down.
Really good positioning there from Degno, that height, using that ball point, covering as much ground, and then taking a few splats as well. Now moving in, Inkjet out, trying to pressurize, but gets taken down immediately. Wonderfully done by Scarfy. Double splat.
This area right up here has a great lookout onto the spine and towards the opponent's half. It's definitely something you have to look out for. Scarfy now popping down towards that spine. Does face off against Raven, gets the splat right there. Beautiful job. Yeah,
Scarfy's having an absolute blinding stock here. You know, not actually losing this life recently. Haven't been taken down yet, so a lot of pressure might be coming onto them now as Marcus is trying to find a splat, although they get away. Degno again, long range with this ball point, gets a little bit of pressure, pushes back a bit. Scarfy once again with the Inkjet, trying to cover as much as they can. There's a splat going down against Gifflar.
Scarfy right now trying to push up, does get taken down. This middle being very contested, only 20 seconds left. Nami with that Kraken manages to pick up a splat on Marcus.
And there's a lot of ground coverage here with the 15 seconds. Is that the power play that we're going to be seeing decide this game? Scarfy going down once again on the side of knas as Nami gets taken down on that metal grate. Couldn't quite get away. 5 seconds left. It's neck and neck here. I can't quite tell who's going to be winning this one. It's so tight.
It's looking like Gifflar able to get control after that Kraken coming out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Beautiful job right there. Taking control, that Kraken being that power play, opening up space for their team to push forward in those final seconds.
Yeah, you managed to say the favorite catchphrase, Nami on that Kraken straight away. Yeah, good. First game straight away. Really, really nice stuff. It was a lot more, I guess, dominating than it first looked on the screens we saw, but yeah, 60% or so over to 30. So yeah, I mean, it was really interesting though, because knas had so much strong control towards that, you know, I guess late mid game, early late game, but then just had it wrenched away when Nami pulled out the Kraken and just got that first splat in the corner and then allowed their team just kind of push forward and really unsettle knas at that point.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that was an impactful play right there. The middle being contested for the entire game, pretty much. Either of these teams could have won that, but that Kraken in the end really saving it for the right moment to be able to push forward.
Yeah, you can see right here, knas just talking over it, because it was definitely one of those ones where the last play was really the big difference. It didn't really seem like there was any major weakness really coming out of them, in all honesty. Playing pretty strong, just fell at the end as Gifflar here, seeming a bit confident.
Yeah, next map we're going to be going to Mako Mart for Turf War. This is going to be a very exciting matchup right here. This previous one was so close. We're going to have to see who takes it in Mako Mart. I'm expecting it to be really contested in the middle again.
Yeah. It's always, mid is always going to be an important part of any map. But it's always about how you can find your way there, what tricks, what angles you can find to get there. Mako might having this kind of like this nice lower space to kind of like try and fire up to. Maybe there's a way that you can kind of get a pincer or a flank. But we're jumping into that second game on Mako Mart now, so we'll see how it goes as we hit our second game of Turf War. Will we see game 3 for this first point in our best of 5?
Yeah, both teams spawning in right here. We're going to have to see the early approach now from both of these teams, how they decide to go towards the mid. It looks like we've got a 2-2 approach from one squad. The other squad having 3 people inking that base and 1 team, one player on Gifflar going up towards that mid to try and secure some early control.
Yeah, but you can see that the specials on the side of Gifflar are going to be a lot stronger here. They've got 1 ready, 2 ready. They're ready for their first power play and their first push into this central point as Degno waits on.
Yeah, we see Crabs being played on both teams and those tri-strikes as well. Degno now, beautiful Splat with that inkjet, does get punished for it though. Kino with the wipeout. Gifflar taking early control in this match.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there from Kino. Clean work taking out Degno on that inkjet just to take that pressure out of the skies, covering as much ground, gets their own special ready, and is waiting to make use of that when they can, holding back, letting the teammates go forward, and finding a little bit of a better way in. 3 specials on the side of Knas.
Yeah, Gifflar now trying to secure a footing, trying to get back in towards that middle area. Both knas having secured it from that early push. Scarfy now with that inkjet trying to pick off Nami. Gets punished for it by Degno. Beautiful Splat there with the ballpoint flatling.
Indeed. So trying to find that little space there, just firing down these lines, covering the flanks as best as possible. As Nami, I believe Nami just used their Kraken there just to kind of get a quick push over to that side flank. Scarfy taking Degno down. It's almost another wipe against Gifflar. There was 3 down at one point.
Both knas now with some good control as they try and secure that push upwards.
Now remember, this is Turf War, excuse me. And with a minute to go, it can all change. It can just be one good push towards the end, and knas know it, so they need to be safe. And you need to play this intelligently, slowly, and not overextend.
Yeah, it's all about positioning yourself for those last final 30 seconds of the matchup. You see some specials now coming out, trying to push back Gifflar onto their side. Both teams just skirmishing for this middle area and skirmishing for this control.
Yeah, a couple of ink strikes, 3 ink strikes on into Knas's base as 2 of Gifflar go down. Another 3 looking for that wipeout there. Can they turn the screws on their final opponent? Degno stays alive. Goes down eventually there as the other side of the teams, the rest of Gifflar respawn and start pushing back.
Yeah, Degno's stuck in that corner right there. Marcus now lurking, trying to see if anyone drops down. Nami has dropped down, potentially an opponent that they want to splat. Marcus lets their teammates deal with this push right now. Raz putting up some really good effort now for Team Gifflar, managing to get the trade.
Oh, wow! And then in this last moment, Knas go down in the final few seconds. Is that going to be an absolute steal of a game there as they manage to get a very, very close to the end wipe? Is that enough for Gifflar to take the turf war despite domination from Knas?
It's going to be a really close one. It's looking like Gifflar might have stolen it, but Abow knas able to take it.
It wasn't enough. You could hear the cheers coming from Gifflar's side as they got that knockout and pushed as much as they could, but they couldn't get enough zone control in that moment. Heartbreaker for Gifflar after getting that final victory.
They were just too far behind.
Yeah. Knas though, woo! That was so close to losing it all, but they just got it.
Yeah, knas having some really good early plays just to secure that positioning. Even with the wipeout at the end there, they had enough control and enough turf that Gifflar weren't able to push them back.
Oh man, that was an excellent turf war match. We're going to go to game 3 turf war as well. So
Hagglefish Market.
We're going to see Hagglefish Market. Yeah, I think those are the kind of games we love. You know,
yeah.
I love it. I love seeing a close game.
The nail biters.
Yeah, Knas just taking a breather there. They can still, again, this is a best of 3 within a best of 5. This first point is hotly contested, and that early point does matter as you hit those anarchy stages. Nami there just had a tough game, having some nice moments, but all that work and that first point still isn't yet.
Secured.
Secured, that's the word, thank you, yes.
That first point currently contested. Both of these teams now 1-1. It's all going to come down to this Hagglefish Market. Who do you think is going to take this?
That's a harsh question, isn't it? No one,
it's so hard to predict.
How do you want me to answer that? Anyone? I mean, it's not a very helpful answer, but it's accurate. These two are so closely. Again, their match during the qualifiers was an excellent game. I think it was a game 5, situation there. But to see them again go hammer and tongs at each other, it's excellent to see. So, I mean, I think. It's not about want, but I think generally that first game felt very like back and forth, but there was just a lot of kind of final control. In that second game, it was so much back and forth, but so much more control on the side of knas. So I think that they're perhaps more likely to kind of run away with this one. But Gifflar, if they can just get those key victories in the skirmishes, that will see them home. But again, I don't know until we get to it. So game 3, Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, we saw that Kraken as well on Nami again. That was a key play to secure them their first Turf War wins. We'll have to see if they're able to do it again. This map has a lot of height in the middle area in 2 lower sections. It's a bit of an interesting one. You can't really get up from the sides that easily, so sometimes you can get stuck down there a little bit.
That's the thing, yeah. I mean, you can't really kind of get up from it too easily. So yeah, you do want to kind of control this wider central spot, which I think might be the difference, especially in the stage for both of the teams. How will that width help out as Nami is causing havoc in the back? Kraken on.
Nami unable to secure a spot, but does survive now in that 1v1 against
Firing
Scorpy.
back. Oh, couldn't quite get that victory though. If Nami had claimed that victory, that would have been huge. But whilst that was all going on, we saw knas go down quite a lot, losing a few members of their team. It was.
You see this inkjet battle in the air right now. One of the things we see people do with this inkjet is you can get extra height if you hop up on a bunch of blocks. So you'll see players hop off, try and get that high ground with the inkjet to get as high as possible. Shireen now lurking around, decides to super jump back, but Nami with the punish on the super jump right there.
Yeah, couldn't react as quickly to noticing that they were being taken down. You know, knas are really struggling here. They've lost a few members of their team. You can see right now the control is all Gifflar's. They're winning the skirmishes and they're pushing forward, and that's what we saw from them from game 1. But yeah, right now we need to see if knas can actually really take back control and just start that slow march down the center.
The interesting thing here to note as well is Gifflar, 3 specials currently charged up. Abow knas, only 1 special. We'll have to see when they decide to use this. Marcus deciding to opt to use that special immediately to try and push back Gifflar a little bit, but Gifflar now activating 2 of their specials as they try and push back the opponents. Degno, beautiful splat on the final seconds of the inkjet. Terrain now trying to get this splat in mid and trying to get some control.
Yeah, rolling back as that timer runs out. Now's their last chance to push forward. They're going to look for some splats here. Shirani moving to the left-hand side, jumping back behind cover. Nice jump to keep them safe as Degno goes down. It's 1-to-1 here. Currently 3v3 as Kino is just running around, covering as much space as possible.
Gifflar having a lot of control in these final seconds. Abow knas has to try and get back towards mid. Marcus now alone. Marcus gets also taken down. This is looking like a really strong push for Gifflar. Final 10 seconds coming up right now. Degno now charging up, trying to get those final splats. Abow knas have to make something happen if they want to win this. It's looking like it's very tough to do.
Yeah, the last few seconds, it was going to be a bit too much. That wipeout with 15 seconds to go was going to be the big decider. There was a nice fight back from knas, but you have to ask, is it enough? Judd rules it's not. 2-1 in the turf war. Gifflar take that first point in the best of 5. Very tense turf war to open up with.
Yeah, that was a very intense matchup here. We're going to have to see how this affects the Anarchy battles as well now, coming in with that advantage. It being such a close matchup, though. Yeah,
Nami here was doing such a good job of just being this annoyance and just being this target. The aggro was so nice, allowing their team just to cover so much ground. But yeah.
I think something important to note there as well was those specials. We saw them save it for quite a while there, Gifflar, and then deciding at the end to use their specials just to secure those final seconds and get that wipeout in the end.
Absolutely.
Secure them the win.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of those power plays, just waiting for that right time and, you know, covering as much ground as possible to be like, right, well, now we have what we need. When do we pull the trigger? Yeah. You know, it's important to do it in those dying seconds, the last 30 seconds, for example, especially if you're on the defensive side, to give yourself a chance with a power play to maybe get a wipeout and then cover ground. You know, so yeah. But it worked out for them. They took that victory. They took the turf war. We're going to be going back to Clam Blitz once again on the Manta Maria. So we'll have to see exactly what happens as these two switch up the feel of their gameplay a little bit to this, again, this more tactical, spread out, objective-based play, grabbing those clams, building up for, it's quite literally a power play, to push for that shield, get that power clam in, and hold on to that space.
Yeah, I think that's something important with Clam Blitz. You have to have that secured pressure. You have to maintain control of certain zones just to have those power clams, just to be able to make those power clams and have those clams spawn that you can pick them up. It's all about having that control, which we saw was very contested in the turf war. So it's going to be interesting to see who is able to take control in Clam Blitz.
We're going to be jumping into our game momentarily. Let's get game 2 underway for our second match of the Nordic Finals. Clam Blitz on the Manta Maria.
See both teams here loading into Clam Blitz on Manta Maria. Do we see any switch-ups in loadouts? Doesn't seem like it from both of these squads, seeing what they know works in turf war. Both of these teams now going towards that middle section. This is something different from turf war, of course. Turf war, you've got to ink your base. But in these anarchy modes, it doesn't matter as much. It's all about securing control of those key areas like the middle. Nami with a great push, that splash wall, pushing Scarfy back. Unable to get the spot, but pushing Scarfy back really far. Does get punished for it, though. Abow knas starting off this match strong, pushing back the opponent.
Scarfy gets that one. They were looking for that splat. But there's it is anarchy back here, just complete pandemonium. Nice control there from Reyes with the crab just to hold the defensive line for their shield as they get taken down.
That was really a defensive crab right there, crucial to keep their basket safe and keep that push from happening. Now, Gifflar having a bit more control of their side now. Abow knas going to try and look to secure another push. They've got to get some more of those clams. Currently, they only have 4. Going to need some more, but it seems like they're picking up clams left, right, and center. 10 clams now. They might be tossing them towards each other to try and build that power clam. That's one of the things to note in this game mode. These power clams, having to manage your clam supply to get those power clams.
Yeah, that was some nice pressure on to knas as Kino gets back for a wonderful super jump and gets that shield down. There's some clams available there for Kino, but there's so much pressure on them. They both go down, so the time will tick down. 10 points back, and the barrier is going. Now Nami on that Kraken.
Nami with the push right there, unable to get anything going.
Just doing a bit of, it seems like doing a bit of paperwork. Didn't have quite much to do with that. Grabs the power clam and throws it back. The power clam does reveal your position to the opponent. So being able to hold on to it is great and all, but everyone knows where you are. So
yeah, it's one of those things to note with that power clam. Sometimes you see Raz here on 7 clams. Probably going to try and push forward with those 7 clams and get a teammate to toss that last clam when they're right under the basket so they don't reveal their location.
Yeah, Reyes unfortunately holding on for too long. It gets taken down as Nami with the Kraken through, creating a line for their team. Gets underneath the shield, pulls back the opponents, as you can see. Tries to get a splat as well. Excellent from Nami. Can they get a second? They go down. But there is another power clam on into the knas base. So 80 to 80. If that time runs out, we're going to be tied up at 80 with 10 bonus points on both sides. Now, because they were second, they get pushed 1 point up because they were the second one to reach it.
Yeah, this game being very close so far. Looks like Abow knas trying to secure this push towards mid. They've knocked out multiple opponents right here, gotten multiple splats. Scarfy now with that power clam, going to try and look for this push. Looks like
Scarfy on the inkjet. Gets a splat there on Raz with the inkjet. Gets another one on Reyes and goes down. The power clam goes down with him, but then that's a complete wipeout. They were hoping to make a push from there, but unfortunately, knas lose their team. And Gifflar with that power clam in hand. Degno looking for a way through.
Yeah, Gifflar grabbing that pity clam, as we like to call it. When your basket has been broken, you receive a clam to start your push with it. Bit of a pity clam. But both teams contesting mid right now. Gifflar, though, with that crab, trying to secure a bit of pressure. Scarfy manages to take one, now manages to take another one down. 3 down on the side of Gifflar. Abow knas looking to push up right now with this power clam.
Yeah, pushing forward now. Scarfy gets another splat on Degno there at the back. The barrier goes down as well. Now's a chance to push forward. Nami goes down as well. Double splat, looking for a third. Scarfy here, pushing forward now. Can they get some clams in? Keep that timer ticking down.
Beautiful shot straight right there from Raz to secure the splat right there.
This is so back and forth. A few points going in the favor of knas. Their bonus, or the bonus points get added on, plus 11. Excuse me.
Yeah, beautiful job pushing down that barrier even more. It's now on Gifflar to try and take control of this matchup and push when there's 40 seconds left. Nami activates that Kraken. Are we going to see a power play with this? Abow doing a great job at dodging it. Nami, though, being a target for that super jump for their teammates to break that barrier.
Yeah, it's such a nice setup. You know, being able to use the Kraken to get you into that position, just to get, as you say, the super jump in, immediately throw your power clam in. That's all you need. 20 points in the bank, 71 to 67 right now. 12 seconds, 11 seconds. Okay, there we go. There, the barrier is broken. The power play in the favor of knas. They're going to be looking to get some points out as that time ticks down. If it's not a knockout, it's going to be over due to that timer. It's done. knas fight back. 1-1.
knas securing that game with that late push in the end right there. Gifflar having a very clutch push with that Kraken, almost getting enough points to take the lead. But then Abow came back, securing the win right at the end.
Yeah, I think there was 3 total power clams in for knas. Just a single power clam by itself, a power clam and regular clam, and then that big push at the very end. Whilst on the other side, Gifflar only really managing to get a couple of power clams in, and that's it really. So they defended well and had some nice set pieces, but couldn't quite maintain their control on the net or the goal essentially, when they had broken open the shield.
Scarfy had a lot of splats in this match, definitely pushing some of those key plays and opening up space for your teammates to get up towards that basket.
Yeah, indeed. You know, when you have those moments, you know, having the opportunity or like the luck that, I wouldn't say luck, it's all you know, aiming and skill and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, you know, if you have that moment where your team just gets 2 splats like that from one player, I mean, this is why something like an AoE, like a blaster is so nice, because you can maybe getting that kind of collateral damage of just another splat on board can allow you just to push so much, because a 2v4 is not good to fight against. And the difference between that and, you know, a 3v4 is not that bad really in terms of management, but you know, 2-4 is hard. Yeah,
it's always about that numbers advantage. We're going to be hopping into our next Anarchy mode right now. It's going to be Splat Songs on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah. Now, this is not the last game of this particular match, so we're going to be seeing another Anarchy mode potential. Well, we are going to be seeing another Anarchy mode. We aren't there yet. We have got that Splat Zones, as you were saying, on Museum d'Alfonsino. We saw it earlier, how easy this game, let's say, how easy it can be to like shut down an opponent and just never get, you know, if you have the opportunity to hold on to control, this game can be over within a minute. It just ticks down so quickly. But with, you know, if you can really fight back and claw into it, it can be a very tense and long-lasting game. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these players choose to adapt as we hop into this Splat Zones matchup right here on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, so who's going to go 2-1 up and have that match point? Let's find out as we jump into our next game. We have Gifflar versus Abow knas. Both teams ready.
Both of these squads now choosing to opt with the same loadout as we've seen in these previous matchups. Been working out for both teams. They've had some really intense matches so far. This zone currently being contested, but Abow knas able to get some paint on that upper area. That's one of the things with Museum d'Alfonsino, that central platform right there, playing a big role in this mode.
Yeah, so first ink goes over to Abow knas. They can take control first off. They're looking to hold on to it. As you can see, Gifflar really fighting back. That crab going out, take Shirane down. Splat for splat there. Now they take control back. A little bit of a bonus pointage put against Abow knas as they take the lead and look to hold down the central point. Degno on top.
Degno looking to anchor in right here, get that pressure on the opposing end. Does get punished for it though. Beautiful angle from Scarfy, using those grates up top to get that angle towards the middle.
Yeah, really, really quick, rapid shots from that blaster, pushing back the opponent, getting the splat as well. Shirane going down to Nami, who pushes back a little bit. Back control is once again in Gifflar's favor, as they are counting down nice and quickly. Abow knas can't quite get control of this central zone back. They just keep losing the members. They start working away at it, and then they just overstep the mark a little bit too much and lose their members. Marcus here, super jumping back into safety, into an ink strike.
Yeah, we see Abow knas having contested the zone multiple times, but unable to just secure that final piece of ink needed to take control. Last 10 remaining points here for Gifflar.
They need to do something. It's 1-for-1, but they need to get into that thing to at least take control out of their hands. They can't. Gifflar with a commanding game 3.
Gifflar having control of that zone since early on in the match, able to secure those spots and keep the zone from going to the opponent.
Yeah, they had a little bit of the time in the sun at the very, very start. Got a few points on the board, but as soon as Gifflar, dug in, zip.
Yeah, that's one of the key things to note here. Gifflar able to hold control for that long, even when the zone was contested. The zone can be contested as much as you want, but unless you're able to take control, you're not able to put those punishing points that you have to work through before you secure your point. Indeed,
yeah. There was too much pressure being built against knas for them to really find an opportunity. As I was saying, they would always have a chance to maybe fight back and, would wrest a little bit of control, looking for that half-point mark to get it back, but they can never completely take over control, maybe overstaying their welcome a little bit and not regrouping when perhaps they had a chance to, losing some spare players, and then losing their chance to really get back into the game. So 2-1 now to Gifflar, match point to them as Abow knas here have to see their way through. Now, before we jump into this game, let's have a look at it. We're going to be seeing our first match of tower control today. We're going to be going to the Inkblot Art Academy. So let's just have a quick look at how tower control rolls.
Tower control, you've got this tower in the middle of the map. It runs across these rails. Once you stand on it, it will go towards the opponent's base, and you've got to try and get those remaining points down all the way to 0 for that knockout. You can push the tower back if you're able to splat the opponent and get them off the tower. If you take it to the end, you get a knockout. Otherwise, just the one who has the least remaining wins.
Yeah, indeed. Abow knas now up against it, 2-1 down, looking to get back into the game and see our way forward to a game 5 and stay in this winner's side bracket, and a chance to face off against Hankikanto, the current first seed of the tournament. So they're readying up and preparing for our next match. Tower control is an interesting one. Obviously, you have that central spike on the tower to kind of use to maybe flank around. This is why you'll sometimes see blaster usage on here for that AoE, just to cover that top ground and make it dangerous for a player to kind of stand their ground on the top of the tower. You need to hold it to move the tower in the first place. So why would you not counter that with some kind of AoE coverage?
Yeah. No, as you mentioned, having that little pole in the middle of the tower, if an opponent tosses a splat bomb and you stand perfectly on the other side of that pole, you're able to dodge the splat bomb and not get taken out by it. So that's one of the things to note now, how these players dodge around the pole and take control of the tower and stay on the tower.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are ready to go into our next game, so let's crack on. It's game 4 of our second match of the Nordic Finals of the Splatoon 3 European Championships. Our 4 teams are vying for a place in that grand finals to represent the Nordic region in Germany next month. So it's all to play for here as we hit.
Something interesting to note here on the side of Gifflar, we've got that sniper coming out there.
Okay. It was always nice to see a little bit of a change up in these setups. I believe it had the...
Spider-scope, is ENF Spider-scope?
Oh, I mean, we've already got 2 down, 3 down on the side of knas, who pushed forward really, really far. And Gifflar taking that first bit into the first checkpoint, taking that roundly. Incredible start from Gifflar. Really, really strong play. Good aggression, but I say that as a rogue bomb takes down one of Gifflar. Didn't quite see it and came around the corner. Unfortunate timing.
Yeah, we see Nami as well here not playing the Kraken, opting to choose a different weapon. just to incorporate that charger into the squad. Degno down, putting up a lot of pressure. Marcus able to get out, but these specials for Gifflar keep raining
Oh my
down.
word, yeah, they just keep losing players. Knas here are going to lose a double splat there coming out from Degno. That's going to see it home. Can there be any kind of fight back, or is that it? That's going to be it. It's over. Gifflar with an incredible tower control game. That double splat at the end, sealing it.
Beautiful.
Whew. That was over in a heartbeat, a flash. Gifflar 3-1 over Abow knas. See it through to the winners' finals, and they will face Hankikanto on the winners' side. That was an incredible game. Abow knas, they have to hold their hands up and say we just got outplayed in that game.
Yeah, that game was absolutely beautiful, pushing that tower through all of those checkpoints and just never letting up that pressure, that double snipe at the end, and all of those special just raining down.
Yeah, you can see that they're talking what happened in that game, potentially asking themselves how that went down. A little bit shell-shocked by it all. Gifflar definitely came out swinging, and they swang hard. But yeah, we can just see the highlights of that moment. That's an unfortunate bit where a bomb just caught off, but you did this moment here towards the end. Marcus was under so much pressure, and then Degno here with that line. Beautiful double splat.
Beautiful job right there. Just securing that final push. And then you had the tri-strikes as well coming down, making it a parade of ink that you can't get through.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what happens as well when you find yourself on the losing side of a game like that. You panic and you rush to get into the right position to try and fight back, just to stop progress. And that's how you get situations like that when two people are in the same place at the wrong time. And it works even further against you, and it just snowballs in that regard. Yeah. Yeah. But we have played our first two matches of the day. Our winners' side bracket has been, or the first round, our semi-finals of the winners' side have been done. We are going to take a short break, about 10 minutes. When we come back, we're going to be dropping down to the losers' side bracket to see who's going to be staying alive in the losers' side between Abow knas and Blåbærsyltetøy. So that's coming back in just a little bit. So we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the continuation of the Nordic Finals of the Splatoon 3 European Championships. Thank you.
See ya.
Welcome back to the Splatoon 3 European Championships Nordic Finals of 2023. We are in the Tekniska Museet in Stockholm, Sweden, and we have a huge day of exciting Splatoon 3 action. If you're just joining us, you've missed two brilliant games. Where were you? My name is Bowie. I'm joined by Charlie Astronaut on the comms desk here to take you through the action. So let's quickly start by showing the bracket about how it has gone so far. We had 4 teams who have joined. We've played semi-final 1 and 2 on the winners' side of our bracket. Hankikanto and Gifflar won their matches, and they will be facing each other in the upper winners' bracket a little bit later. Before that, though, the next game we're going to have on stream is dropping down to that lower side bracket between the Norwegian and Swedish teams, Blåbærsyltetøy and Abow knas.
Yeah, it's going to be a really intense matchup here. We saw Abow knas just come from a really, really close game against Gifflar. So we're going to have to see if they're able to bounce back now against Blåbærsyltetøy.
Yeah, so now, remember, this is a double elimination. So these two teams, having lost their first games, have got 1 life left. If they lose again, it is over for them. It is GG's. Thanks for playing. Head home. So yeah, the loser of this team will be out of the tournament and will take home 4th place for our Nordic Finals, which again is a great. It's a great achievement to have got this far in the first place. You know, these 4 teams made it from the qualifiers. There were 10 teams that were part of that tournament, and these are the top 4. But they will be bowing out. The loser of this match will be bowing out of the tournament now, which is always sad to do. But it's a tournament. That's how it goes. Yeah.
It's a great achievement to make it here to Stockholm at LAN, and both of these teams have put up a great performance so far. So we'll have to see what they bring into this matchup now.
Yeah, so they've obviously been watching the other teams play and kind of keep an eye on, their ins and outs, their strategies and their approaches. But of course, with a new match and a new game, it also comes new stages and new modes. So let's have a look at the lower bracket semi-finals maps and modes. We're going to be starting off, as we always do, with a Turf War best of 3 and then moving into a best of 5. So let's have a look at that there. Turf War Wahoo World to start.
Yeah, Turf War Wahoo World, Mince Meat Metalworks, followed by potentially Hammerhead Bridge if it goes the distance in Turf War. Then we've got the Anarchy Battles, Rainmaker, Humpback Pump Track, Tower Control, Eeltail Alley, Splat Zones, Inkblot, Art Academy, and Clam Blitz, Brine Water Springs, if it goes all the way, which it might be.
Yeah, you never know.
Both really strong.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, we're going to be seeing a few new maps, obviously, here, like Wahoo World we're going to be seeing for the first time, Mincemeat Metalworks for the first time, Humpback Pump Tracks there, but that's also going to be on Rainmaker, which is going to be our first showing of Rainmaker, and that's the one Anarchy mode we haven't seen yet today. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing that at long last, making our way through, and then, yeah, seeing some new not new maps to the game overall, but you know what I mean, but like maps you haven't seen today, like Eeltail Alley and Brine Water Springs. So, plenty of exciting stuff here. We've obviously got to get through that Turf War to begin with, though, that mini best of 3 to that first point.
Let's talk about our first map, Wahoo World on Turf War. This map, you've got that higher point, that middle area that rotates. This map is constantly spinning as you ink it. The turf will be going over to the opponent's side.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I just did all that work. Goodbye. But
then you've got the opponent's side that comes in as well through which you're inking.
With every door that closes, another one opens, as they say. So yeah, players are just jumping in and are going to start readying up, and we'll be jumping into that game ASAP. Reminder, of course, that these Nordic Finals means that we're going to have one team. The winner of this event is going to be representing the Nordic region in the grand finals of the Splatoon European Championships next month, the beginning of October in Frankfurt. I believe it's the 7th and 8th of October. Yeah, I believe so. It's one of those things, when you're like, yeah, I confidently know this date. Wait a second, if I got this wrong. But no, yeah, it's going to be 7th and 8th of October in Frankfurt next month. So very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting.
Germany's a lovely place. Sweden's a lovely place. Yeah. All of the Nordic places are lovely. But lovely places in Europe, and it's nice to go and see them.
Yeah, both of these teams now going to be competing to stay alive in this bracket to try and get to that grand finals. Both of these teams now currently picking their weapons and starting to ready up for the match. You got to talk about these weapons now. What comps are we going to be seeing from these teams? I bet we're going to be seeing that reflux on Ina again, probably trying to ink some turf in the back as all 3 of their teammates push forward.
Yeah, speaking of Ina, readying up there, we got a few seconds to go, and we're going to be jumping into our first game of this lower side semi-final. Good luck to both teams. Remember, the winner of this stays alive on the lower side, and the loser, not of this one game, of the whole match, will be bowing out in 4th place for the Nordic region. Let's see how it goes. And you have this long, winding ramp on this left side, looking in from that central point.
Something to note as well here, Ina with the triple special charge up in the back with the reflux, just inking all of that turf in the spawn and throwing out those missiles. Those missiles are a great recon tool just to find where your opponents are and call them out for your opponent, or for your teammates.
Yeah. Really, really nice to have very fast and well inking items and weapons just to give you as much special power as possible. Kino here taking control of that center point as Ina is holding back. Just going to quickly jump back home for a little bit, and then you can see the triple ink strike here from Evelyn as well. Maybe looking for the best try and time to use that.
Yeah, it seems like Blåbærsyltetøy pushing out Abow knas from this middle platform. Evelyn now and Mustafa trying to push up against these 2 players, Shirani and Kino, on the back foot right here, backing down. But Shirani, beautiful splat against Evelyn right there. Beautiful power play coming up as well, having that low ground, but still being able to take that splat.
Yeah, nice quick one. Really just good reactions to see an opportunity, get the splat and move out quickly. Kino here with a bit of support, pushing around to the left-hand side as the ink strike comes out. You can see they're buffed up thanks to that tacticooler. Just sniping, just waiting and holding to find an opportunity here. As we have Ina now looking around these sides, a little bit of support too, trying to get a little bit of high zone.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about that tactical, but it is one of those specials that is used a lot in the current meta. It has quick respawn, and you save all of your special when you respawn. So you respawn basically instantly after your push. It's very crucial to keeping your team alive and just keeping them doing those aggressive pushes and having them being able to come back and respawn really fast.
Yeah. Good evasive maneuvers there from Mustafa, who's now pushing back around to the left-hand side. A minute left on the clock now. You can see the entire opponent gets 1 down. Can they get a second as well as their opponent's getting away from them? Can they just find it? Yes, they do. 2 down. Good stuff there from Mustafa. For a third, trying to support.
Splat, getting another one there for their team. Beautiful job on the defensive end here. Abow knas, though, having control of that middle zone, but Blåbærsyltetøy with the strikes in mid. Somehow Abow knas is able to stay alive.
Yeah,
Blåbærsyltetøy now, these last 30 seconds, they've got to try and push Abow knas out of the mid and push in.
Yeah, you see Marcus here just looking, gets a splat and now throws out those missiles and just trying to cover as much ground as possible as we're going into the dying seconds of this first turf war. Mustafa having to push back, trying to find something here, just try and cover some ground. Whatever they can do to keep their team in it, just cover, cover, cover.
And Mustafa trying to get as much turf as possible, but gets splatted by Kino. Abow knas taking the win in that one, I believe.
It looks pretty confidently, I think. Yeah, that's definitely on the side of knas for sure. Little Judd will confirm it.
Yeah, beautiful game right there. The control knas showed in the middle of the map, securing at the end those final splats and staying alive even through that tri-strike coming in the middle.
Yes, indeed. It was nice and just controlled for the most part. You know, we had some kind of interesting strategies from the early point and the few odd back and forth. But you know, Mustafa having opportunities here to try and get something, but you know, he couldn't quite save the life of his teammate and just kind of ended up floundering a little bit. Yeah, strong back and forth. But I think knas just kind of had the control for the most part. The back and forth were happening past mid rather than at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keen stuff.
We'll have to see how Blåbærsyltetøy bounce back from this matchup now, leading into the next game of Turf War.
We're going to be on Mincemeat Metalwork. So talk to us a little bit about this stage.
Mincemeat Metalwork, you've got those grates in the middle. You've got to try and secure control of your truck, basically. And you've got to try and push across those grates and push into that opponent end.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so players are readying up right now. They're going to be jumping into the game ASAP. Again, knas 1 up, looking to try and get that first point here. Again, it didn't really seem like it was inherently like bad from the side of Blåbærsyltetøy. It's just that for the most part, knas just kind of had control. There was some nice back and forth, but they never really kind of did anything from that point. And I think it's about finding those opportunities to kind of like snowball a Splat or 2 into control. So we'll see if this stage gives them a little bit more of that flexibility and freedom to do so. But yeah.
Yeah, we see Ina here switching out the weapons as well, opting for that splatter shot right now, so not going to be as far back, opting for a more aggressive play. Both teams now pushing towards that middle. We see Blåbærsyltetøy with 3 players already on their block right there, on their truck. Trane though with this early crab tank. Mustafa with an aggressive push, but does get punished for it. Beautiful defensive play right there from Abow knas. Blåbærsyltetøy now on the back foot, having to have their teammates respawn right here.
Yeah, I think one of those things is that aggression from Mustafa is really good when he's in a position to really capitalize upon it. But I think if it's one of those things where it can be quite risky, is where that weakness comes in and allows us a team that's ready for that kind of aggression to really counter and push back.
Yeah, Scarfy now here taking control. Mustafa, beautiful wall and those tri-strikes.
Oh,
Scarfy getting stuck against that little pink block in the middle. Ina, beautiful splat. Squid rolls up that wall as well. Doing a great job, but does get taken out for their efforts. Blåbærsyltetøy still on the back foot here. Ellie trying to put out some pressure, and that fizzy bomb coming down as well. Something to note as well with this mode with Turf War is this is a mode that's very popular for tournaments in Japan, but not something that's played a lot in Europe. So it's very interesting to see how these players choose to adapt to that and how this best-of-3 format for Turf War is playing out.
Yeah, so far it's looking a lot better on the side of Blåbærs, but again, you have to see how it goes. As I say that, double splat for Marcus against Blåbærsyltetøy. Abow knas have a chance here just to push into their opponent's side. You can see great coverage from Marcus here, doing a great job.
Yeah, Marcus as well, launching those tri-strikes, launching them in strategic positions, forcing Blåbærsyltetøy to just wait back for a second because they can't go through that area.
That was an ink bath down there. Just terrible. Just back and forth splats, like 2 on both sides there in the center. Tacticooler goes out once again. Hopefully teammates going to be able to find their way towards that and grab some items if they can. Splatted Marcus on the last shot as well. So there's 2 down. Against knas, so Blåbærs have a chance here just to fight back. 30 seconds to go. Can they find what they need to kind of stay in this turf war and hold off on that point? Right now you can see just holding on the line. Scarfy bringing out the inkjet here. 17 seconds to go. 2 go down for Blåbærs. It's looking good for knas here. They have 10 seconds. They're going to hold on to it. It's a wipeout. That's got to be it. As the entirety of the map is open for Abow knas to just cover as much as they can.
Yeah, the final moments of the game ticking down right here. It looks like Abow knas will be taking that Turf War win.
Yeah, that's a clear victor there. 57-29. The first point of this lower side semi-final goes to knas. 2 games away from putting Blåbærsyltetøy out of the tournament. That would be a bit of a shame for Blåbærs, obviously, but hooray for would be going on for knas' side. But yeah, really good stuff here. That was a lovely play.
That pressure throughout the entire match. Blåbærsyltetøy unable to get anything started. They had some chances there at like 30 seconds, but after that wipeout, Abow knas just too much pressure.
Yeah, indeed. It was strong stuff. So yeah, a nice firm first point going over, and that confidence. They were showing domination specifically in like skirmishing situations. They managed to get a nice wipeout, but there was always, well, not always, but there was generally at key points of the game. This 2 character or player advantage consistently, able to kind of allow them to push forward and take control. And when the fight back came, it wasn't at great loss. They weren't sitting there, 3 players down. It was either 1 or 2 maybe. So, there was never big capitalization upon overextension or from, being too far out. So, yeah, that's good confidence for knas. So going into our next game is going to be our final, well, not our final, but our next Anarchy match, but the last mode that we haven't yet seen today for the final. So let's just take you through a quick few sets of rules for how Rainmaker works.
Yeah, Rainmaker, you have this Rainmaker on the map that you have to bring to the final podium. You have to bring it to a checkpoint first, though. So you're going to pop the shield of that Rainmaker, then you're going to pick it up. Once you pick up the Rainmaker, you've got to take it to that checkpoint. Once you've broken through the checkpoint, you've got to take it to the end. This barrier, once it gets popped, it will break in your color, and you'll be able to get an elimination from that. Indeed. As well. Yeah,
so not only is the Rainmaker your objective, it's also a powerful weapon. It has its shield on it that blows in your color's favor when you break that barrier, but you can also fire artillery shots that leave a trail of your color ink, which you can use to chase it through, but also is a nice chunky AoE grenade launcher essentially to kind of cover good ground and deal big damage too.
Yeah,
so
that Rainmaker is a very powerful weapon. It can be used to zone out opponents from key areas as you try and push up towards these checkpoints.
Indeed, and the game is starting, so here we go. Rainmaker it is on the humpback pump track. I will never, I have a stutter, that's never easy to say. I always have to say humpback pump track, because if I don't, I'm just going to be knackering it. Right, here we go, into the game. We're going to have a few, just trying to get as much coverage as possible, nice lines and lanes to go forward, try and get an early, oh wow, the shield's gone instantly. On the side for
with that quick pop and trying to secure control of mid. Sharane, though, manages to get a trade.
1 for 1 there, but you can see the control they're just teasing. Are they going to grab it? They're going to grab it now, and off they go. They have the line on the far side. Yeah, Sharane is jumping in as well. You can see the Ink Strike trying to push back against Kino. They have taken it 15% of the way. You can see that checkpoint on the right-hand side. They get that splat. They're going to make their way through. They're being chased, but they're going to get that checkpoint down.
Ooh, smart play from Kino there, going to the backside of the checkpoint, knowing they were chased by someone.
Exactly.
You obviously have to slow down a little when you're climbing the wall, so going to that backside to get protected. Very smart play there. Blåbærsyltetøy now on the defense. Kino pushing it up really far, 19 remaining points only.
Yeah. That was really good, kind of staying behind this wall and then kind of speeding out in ink, jumping through to get as much distance as possible before getting taken down, knowing they were probably going to get taken down, but get the biggest points. 3 players wipe out against Blåbærsyltetøy as Abow knas also lost a good chunk of their players, but you can see where that Rainmaker is. It's still in a dangerous position.
Ooh, Sharane, beautiful zip caster up and lots of control for their team now. It's going to be tough to defend now for Blåbærsyltetøy. One of the important things is getting that pop, especially on your defensive end, just to get that ink coverage, and we saw Abow knas get it there. Blåbærsyltetøy, though, choosing to reset this Rainmaker, jump down to try and get it out of the danger zone.
Kino just holding point in that central, as you can see here. Ellie is firing loads of long-range shots with that ballpoint.
Ellie's got that inkjet charged up. This could be the start of a push for Blåbærsyltetøy, but first they've got to get control of that middle area.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock as well. There is this time ticking down all the time. Very, very nice splat against Sharane there from Mustafa, and just putting so much pressure in. Goes for the booyah bomb. Can they get it down? They do! Dog! And another splat against Kino, but can't get that third. Excellent play by Mustafa, giving their team just a little bit of time, a bit of room to breathe.
Beautiful play right there. That secured that control of mid, or at least contesting mid now. 3 players, though, 4 players on the Abow knas' side. They've also got those tri-strikes coming down.
Yeah,
Ellie, though, with this inkjet.
So there's a couple of splats going down. They may want to try and grab this Rainmaker if they can. Oh, I immediately lost it as well.
Abow knas doing a good job at just staying towards that middle and even getting the pop as well of that Rainmaker shield. The pop just secures so much turf in middle. It's very crucial to get it.
Yeah, you can see, like, when that space is taken, you can't quite make that quick, swim to kind of get to it. You can't just get into the ink and get through. You have to fight against the ink. So that long range you can see right now, just trying to cover those ink strikes in the back. As I believe that was Sharani going down, I think, as Marcus gets back into the center, trying to take the Rainmaker down. Evelyn has it, going to try and get some distance if they can.
Ooh, Evelyn in a really tough spot there. Abow, knas able to get that splat. Ooh, Ellie now alone trying to do this on her own, the defensive side.
Yeah, that was a nice push, nice attempt, but unfortunately there's too much pressure. Ellie gets, oh no, Mustafa rather gets a fight back. 3 splats down, so they have a chance here to maybe try and take back a little bit more control as Mustafa's pushing so far forward, making it hard for the opponent to get back into this position. Booyah Bomb comes out. Splash Wall below to kind of keep a bit of control. Booyah Bomb goes down. Splash Wall again. Great defensive play. Rainmaker's coming through. They're going to maybe get that checkpoint in the back half.
They do get that checkpoint. Beautiful play right there to push Abow, knas back. Mustafa being that front line, just pushing them back into their spawn.
That was a lovely play, but it wasn't enough. They got through that first checkpoint, but still 41 points are the difference here as we have 41 seconds left on the clock too. A splat there with the Rainmaker against Mustafa, just spacing out that inkjet nicely as well from Kino, just wasting time. They know that time's on their side.
Yeah, Kino now just staying in this defensive position, not looking to push that Rainmaker into an awkward spot, not looking to push into a dangerous spot. Ellie though, in a key position, but does get spotted by Kino with that Rainmaker.
Takes one down. Sharana goes down for Ellie, with Ellie, gets back there into safety, but the last move in a few seconds. They need to take control of the Rainmaker if they want to keep this overtime. But as you can see, knas holding onto it. They will hold on and take that game. 2-0 to knas.
Beautiful control there by knas, and realizing that they have the lead. They don't need to push this. Realizing that they just need to have control of that Rainmaker, make it difficult for their opponents to come in and splat them. Yeah,
I mean, sometimes it's just about hogging space, wasting time. There is a timer for a reason. It's not the longest timer in the world, so, you know, it's fine playing that kind of game. That early point, you know, you can see they did such a good job of pushing such an early advantage, and the story of the game was just, could Blåbærs fight back against that? And they had some lovely moments, you know, this nice control here, you know, Mustafa making some good plays, but they did get control. They got that first checkpoint, but they couldn't push any further. So, yeah, good effort, valiant, but not quite enough.
Yeah, definitely. That first push.
Yeah, the small fry.
Nice,
or I believe Losh was the other name, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, we're going to hop into our next match. Tower Control, Eeltail Alley. Is this the break that Blåbærsyltetøy will need?
Yeah, they definitely want to get a game today. I think, I mean, to be as brutal about it as possible. I don't want a game yet. So they need to definitely get one on the board to stay, obviously, to stay in this. But, you know, it's not impossible. They are showing moments of that potential that they can get these wins in.
They just need to string it all together.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Tower Control is one of those ones where if you look at how this particular game went with Rainmaker, it's a similar thing where it's about creating these lines and pushing in a certain direction, but that's down to individual player movement. Whereas this is one of those times where it's controlled by the tower control speed, the tower's speed. So maybe that slower speed is, or at least less erratic. It's more consistent and slower, but less, you know, whereas Rainmaker's more erratic speed. Maybe that particular kind of movement will allow them to find those pockets of time and find the moments they need to get good skirmishes, maybe get a power play and stop a good push and then slowly grind backwards.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
I think they just got to secure that control. Tower control is very control-based. Yeah.
So let's see who can control the best as we enter our game. Game 3, as right now knas are looking down the barrel of putting Blåbærsyltetøy out of the tournament for good and making their way through to the lower side finals and await the loser of Hankikanto and Gifflar. So here we go.
Yeah, this map is very long and narrow. It has those upper pathways that teams are going to be looking to secure control of. If you have control of that upper pathway, especially if you can push up with a long-range weapon like that ballpoint splatling, you're going to be able to take some control. Mustafa here with an early push against Marcus. Marcus, though, with the outplay, using that box to their advantage to get the upper hand.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. Mustafa trying to find these good roll angles, but just unfortunately getting caught out and caught sleeping a little bit, taken down. First checkpoint done, coming up to the second one immediately. Kino on that tower, uncontested right now as there was a bit of attack on the left-hand side, but through they go. Inxtracted just to cover their own bases. They're through the second checkpoint, pushing forward, halfway through already. Blåbærs need to fight back. They need to find something, but it's a 2 for 2. And oh man, checkpoint 3.
The wipeout coming out there. Blåbærsyltetøy have to get this defensive push now, has to take control of this tower. Abow now pushing this final checkpoint. They're through the final checkpoint. They've just got to push it past this final area. Marcus now trying to get an aggressive push with those tri-strikes coming out. Mustafa, though, doing a great job at dodging around, trying to get some of those splats, but gets punished for their efforts. Yeah,
so much pressure around the sides as well, as we have, as a 2 for 1, it looked like another wipeout, as we have Blåbærsyltetøy, Abow knas sealing it with another wipeout and push, and that was another quick, clean game, another knockout, and 3-0 is the score. Knas advance to the lower side finals, and unfortunately, Blåbærsyltetøy will be dropping out of the competition, coming in 4th here at the Nordics for the Nordic region finals for the Splatoon 3 European Championship.
Yeah, we saw some moments of nice play there from Blåbærsyltetøy, but unable to string it all together. This last match, though, the pressure coming out from Abow knas, not letting up on that pressure. They had that first push, and from there, they just couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's one of those things where, whilst, they had a tough day today, they're the first team to drop out, they got here in the first place. They had a really, really, difficult bracket to get through on that second day of qualifiers, but they made it here, and so they absolutely cannot be upset with how they performed. The top 14, they came here to the finals. They played some great Splatoon. They were in the end defeated, but they managed to get here in the first place, and that's a lot, and that's what a lot of teams can't say. So congratulations to Blåbærsyltetøy for making it this far. Thank you very much to them for playing, but yes, of course, they bow out in 4th place. But
yeah,
they did put on a great show, though.
Top 4 in the Nordic region. Very good performance still.
Yeah, so knas here after a tricky loss, that 3-1 loss, they do get a little bit of confidence back in that victory. They're now going to be playing the loser of Gifflar and Hankikanto. So either the people who put them in loser's place or in loser's side in the first place, or the #1 seed.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be a tough matchup waiting for them. But I'm sure they'll be ready. They'll be watching eagerly now as we hop in towards Hankikanto, Gifflar.
Yeah, so those teams are going to be getting set up and sat down and ready to go very, very shortly. We're obviously going to talk your ears off for a little bit whilst they do that. So yeah, I mean, it's the thing. It's always sad to say goodbye to competitors, but at the same time, as I was saying, they did really good to get here. And there's been a nice variety of different players and different teams from 4 years ago. Because it's weird to say 4 years ago, but that's genuinely the last time we had one of these for obvious reasons. So to see new players come out of the woodwork, we've got a brand new game. Because obviously in 2019 it was Splatoon 2.
Yeah.
So now we have a brand new game with there's going to be
brand new meta.
Yeah, exactly, new meta and new items, new weapons, new specials, new everything. And it's one of those things where, even if you're a good player from a previous title, maybe you just don't gel or mesh with the new game. And maybe you're not feeling it as much. Maybe you're just not enjoying playing it as much. But maybe it's one of those things where just competitively you can't quite, your play style doesn't quite mesh with it. So either you have to adapt, or you drop out, really. And, or there's going to be players who maybe weren't as strong in previous who really get on with a new game. Like, oh, you know what? I struggle with this element of Splatoon 2, but 3 introduced this, and it really works for me. For example, I like to play more supporting roles when it comes to these kinds of games. And if I didn't feel that I had much power as a supportive player, then maybe I couldn't add much to my team. It forces me to be a bit more aggressive, but maybe if there's a bit more pressure coming out of the support team, either they have good specials that really, for example, the Tacticooler being literally just a buff to the rest of your team, being like, I'm going to play this role and choose this position and take this part of the map. to allow my team to flourish.
I think that's one of those supporting roles that you play. You got the tactical in Splatoon 3 and Splatoon 2. It was a lot about that ink armor to support your squad, support your team. One of the changes that we've seen from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, Splatoon 3 has that more aggressive, fast-paced style. Some of these specials playing a key role in when you decide to push and how you decide to combo them with aggressive plays. Splatoon 2 more focused on control, more focused on having that backline really just anchor in and try and support your team that way.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I like that about different games. You know, you're still playing the same game, it still feels the same way, but the way in which, you know, the interplay of the actual game and meta kind of comes into that is really, really fascinating. So I generally like the faster pace, but I think a lot of people do like more faster paced things, I guess, in general, as a rule. Not universally, of course, but, you know, sometimes people, I think it's nice to see fast-paced play because it's more frantic and more energetic, and there's a lot more, not skill expression, that's the wrong word, but I think there's a lot more chance for like moments to be really exciting and hype in small moments in the game that just suddenly explode into big moments, you know. So yeah.
Those small bursts when you get those doubles or triple splats. Those adrenaline-filled moments are always the best feeling.
Yeah, of course, of course. Our players are jumping into the lobby, so we are, they're all just connecting. When they're connected, we will obviously have that mode and map selected for them. Speaking of which, we are jumping up to the upper bracket final, so let's look at the maps and modes whilst they're doing that.
Yeah, we're going to start off again with that best of 3 turf war. That's going to count for 1 point. We're going to start off with Museum d'Alfonsino, followed by Manta Maria. Both of these maps we've seen before in some of those Anarchy modes.
Yeah. We haven't seen Flounder Heights yet, so hopefully we get to that Game 3 to see it. After that turf war is done, we're hitting the Umami Ruins immediately for Splat Zones, and then heading back to the Mart, excuse me, the Mako Mart for Clam Blitz. And that could be it. Or we could go the whole way. Tower control and the undertow spillway, which I don't think we've seen again either just yet. Don't think we've seen that yet. And Rainmaker again on the humpback pump track.
Yeah, we've seen undertow spillway, but we haven't seen tower control on that
particular
particular
map. Sorry,
map.
Yes, you're right.
We saw it in some of the turf wars.
You are correct, yes, sorry. I'm having a moment.
But
my memory is terrible. Have you noticed that? Like,
no,
I've already forgotten your name. No, no, that's a lie.
Who am I?
I'm so mean. I'm so mean. Yeah, so we have right now Gifflar sitting down, Nami ready to go.
Yeah.
Just checking Twitter. You know. And of course, Hankikanto got Arc, Sendo. Looking focused as always. Atomic, the sub for Hankikanto right now, doing a good job. And on the end there, Kaldemar as well. They're getting focused, just practicing and warming up a little bit, getting those hands ready. And we've got the very excited audience here. Thank you very much for coming along and watching the show. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, good. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. But no, it was really, really nice. Like when I realized that I'd been here before. You know, I was like, I'm pretty sure that the Techniska sounds familiar to me. I came into this room, looked right, and saw this space. I was like, I have been here before. There was a Smash Bros. Ultimate event here, you know, back in 2019 again. And yeah, I just remember this space. It's really nice to have, like, because it is a public space. Like, the museum's open and people are coming along and having a look at some of the exhibits and seeing, like, the history of technology. And, you know, this little space for up here to come and see a little bit of modern tech kind of going on right now, you know.
Yeah, speaking about that museum, first map will be Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah.
So we'll be seeing the Inklings and Octolings splatted out on this map.
Players are readying up as well. They're all in the lobby, all ready to go and just choosing those loadouts. Do you think we're going to be having, like, do you think we're going to get a different set of loadouts from these teams, or are they going to stick to their guns?
I think they're going to stick to their guts. I think maybe...
Literally stick to their guns. Yeah.
I think if it doesn't work out a couple of matches in, we might see a switch up. But I think they're going to be sticking to what they know best and what they've been scrimming with.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You always want to, like, you know, you go for that confidence. You know that this works out for you. That you're confident in all the maps with this. Why change it up? Maybe for a Hail Mary, but we're ready to go though. So jumping into our next game. This is our upper bracket finals. The winner of this will go through to grand finals on winner's side. The loser of this team of this matchup will go down to face off against Abow knas. So here we are.
Both of these squads now ready to jump into this matchup. Gonna have to see how they choose to approach the start of this game now. We've seen from Hankikanto that wave approach, as we like to call it, where all players approach the mid area together. They all ink their base really meticulously, getting every single corner just to charge up that special to get that first push. Raze though getting punished. Atomic, beautiful play right there, picking up the Splat and punishing that crab tank. Nami now in a really tough position, getting pushed. Unable to get anything to happen.
Yeah.
Raz though getting a beautiful Splat with this Trizuka.
And Nami jumping in here, supporting Raz for a little bit. Every single pixel of that ground counts towards that total, so you want to cover everything. You want to leave nothing behind. It's free real estate. Take it. Nami here, just having this little fight alongside Ark, it looks like in the back, who was just playing down that line so nicely, just hovering around, trying to control that flank again. As Sendo is just doing that movement, throws out the tactical, the buffs being administered to the team. Gonna push forward now.
Yeah, it's one of the things to note. Hankikanto having played some really great matches on Turf War, being a really tough team to counter with those specials, just charging them up so fast, and having inked your base so meticulously, you've got that advantage coming towards the middle. Even now when it's contested, Hankikanto inking every little corner of their spawn is going to help them. Yeah,
you can see there's just a few bits and pieces left over in Gifflar's side, but it's looking pretty good so far. 2 down against Hankikanto. Gifflar really holding Hankikanto to account here. Can you keep that up? There's going to be a 1-for-1, but that became a 2-for-1, so Gifflar with a single person here. Raz waiting, taking a little bit of space there. Atomic pushing back.
Yeah, Hankikanto now a little bit on the back foot. Gifflar having a bit of control of that mid, but it's highly contested by Hankikanto.
Looking at the specials though, there's 2 on the side of Gifflar, and they have 2 almost ready as Hankikanto are trying to get themselves back into a position to have some specials to use. So power play coming out for Gifflar here. They're going to start pushing forward. And an amazing shot against Atomic there from Raz. Gets that Splat.
Gifflar doing a beautiful job right now, but the question is, are they going to be able to hold on for those last 30 seconds? Kaldemar now hopping up towards mid, pushing back the opponents, just being a threat.
Taking Raz down, but getting taken down themselves as Degno with the inkjet, firing left, right, and center. So much control. You can see it's being so hard fought as Raz is pushing back, trying to take Hankikanto down. Sendo goes down. Raz pushing now just to try and get as much coverage as possible. Last 10 seconds here. This is very, very close. Who's going to be able to get the last final push? It's a 1v1 right now in the middle. And yeah, Kaldemar gets it. Is that going to be enough? Last second, it's going to come down to the judge. I can't tell.
This match being really close. Who do we think is getting that win?
1.4% in it. Gifflar gets that first match. Hankikanto loses the first round they've lost, I think, today. Ooh.
Beautiful game.
All series. They didn't lose a game in the entirety of day 1 as well of their qualifier. So that's their first loss. So to be fair, right now in the top 3, we've got Hankikanto, first seed, Gifflar, second seed, and then knas, who are our third seed.
Yeah.
So this is going to be tight the entire time. So that's good to see Gifflar really putting the screws to Hankikanto. They are mortal. You can take them down. So excellent play, really close.
Hankikanto had a great start right there, but Gifflar just taking control and saving up those specials to use right at the end there, about 30 seconds, 40 seconds left of the match. They decided to use those specials, and even then Hankikanto almost took the win at the end, but they were able to hang on to it.
You can see that they're not too, both sides, they're stoic. It's early doors. This round doesn't mean anything until that point is taken away from them. So, they just have to be calm. They have to just kind of collect themselves. There's a lot of noise I can hear here behind me. These players are communicating very quickly, aggressively, and effectively, it seems, as well. So, they're feeling each moment. They're really pushing, and they're really, getting emotionally attached to these moments, which is very important to just kind of be attached to that game. They matter. So, good stuff.
Our next Turf War match is going to be on Manta Maria. We have seen this before in Clan Blitz earlier today, but now we're going to get to see it in Turf War, which is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, this is completely irrelevant to the competition. It's fine. The game's about to start. I might rotate back round to this story. But 5 seconds to go. We're going to be jumping into our second game. Can Gifflar see this home and lock in that first point against Hankikanto? We're going to have to see as we enter the Manta Maria. So, those 3 masts.
Yeah, it's going to be really important. As you mentioned, this point is not secured yet, so going to be really important to just secure that point and get this Turf War win. Let's see how these teams choose to approach it. It seems like they're doing a similar strategy as they've been doing. Hankikanto, very meticulous with how they ink their spawn, coming in with those specials, and Gifflar being faster towards that middle area and spreading out more, having 2 players push up to try and get some early control.
Yep. You can see Sendo on that right side of his side of the spawn, just clearing up as much as he can, just throwing a little bit of pressure into the center and then returning back to the admin. Got to do your paperwork, dot those I's, cross those T's. Raz now with a winner one-on-one, gets taken down by Kaldemar with that crab tank. Nice, clean 1v1, trying to pressurize again, push the advantage, force the opponent back. They are angry. You've angered the beast. You took a round off them.
One of the things to mention that with that crab tank is how hard it is to take out that crab tank from the front. You really got to get that angle and shoot the actual player on top of it.
Yep.
Beautiful splat there from Raz. Trying to secure a bit of control. Hankikanto currently in control of mid, but Degno is looking to change this. Let's get punished from it though. Now it's Raze trying to push the initiative for Gifflar.
It looked like there was a nice shot coming out, but it just didn't quite land enough with enough force to actually take a splat and got taken down for the trouble. Reyes staying alive though. You can see on that right-hand side that there's a player that perhaps needs to get shut down a little bit. A couple of shots coming out from Raz there, but we'll just opt for a bit more safety and wait. Arc, special ready.
Yeah, Hankikanto now with control of this middle area. We see that splat bomb get sent out and just instantly Hankikanto turfing, not letting Gifflar get any control. Raz was waiting for that flank, knew that flank was going to come out and punishes for it.
Very, very nice up as well. The Tacticula had come out as well, so lost that one, or lost at least the buffer a little bit, but they are going to look at the Giss once again. It's so close, neck and neck. Right now, we've got 53 seconds left as there is a bit of a stalemate here. Both teams are trying to find their way in. As we have Kaldemar waiting. Can he find the position he wants? Nami on the higher point, looking to fire down. That height advantage looking nice.
Kaldemar now looking to flank, but Nami has already spotted it.
Yeah, really good stuff from Nami. Just getting that image, just getting the visual and responding.
That awareness is beautiful, forcing Kaldemar to go back to that middle area. But now the tactical are protected by that bubbler. That bubbler being used to great effect. We've seen it now from Hankikanto, protecting those key plays.
Kaldemar going down. Reyes doing a good job just to hold the line. There's a couple of splats down. There's not a bit of a trade there. Looks like Atomic is trying to get a little bit more work done, but Nami gets through the back line for the last few seconds and covering as much ground as possible. Can Nami secure this with as much coverage as they need? Let's have a look. The judge is going to be the one to do it. It looks like it's a good final push. That is a messy map.
Yeah.
And it goes over to Gifflar.
I was thinking maybe Hankikanto had it. They had a lot of ink splotches across the map, but Gifflar being able to take this win and being able to secure the Turf War points.
Yes, indeed. So not just a round, but the first point against Hankikanto. Gifflar score that first blood. Looking really, really strong so far. The thing is right, what we've seen throughout this tournament is that Hankikanto are just a cohesive, strong, communicating team with excellent accuracy, good set pieces, good stage awareness. And they have been completely dominating throughout that. But we managed to see that Gifflar have the ability to weather that storm and fight back in the necessary moments. Now, that was turf war. It wasn't an anarchy mode. But when it comes to just the sheer fundamentals of zone control, space control, and map control, they are able to meet them like blow for blow so far.
Yeah, that match right there, that final turf match that we just saw, Hankikanto had a lot of control, but Gifflar able to weather the storm and able to push back in those final seconds, able to get control and take the win in that one.
Okay, yeah, our players are readying up now for this Splat Zones match. We're going to be going to the Umami Ruins. First time seeing this bad boy. What can you tell us specifically about Splat Zones for Umami Ruins?
Yeah, Splat Zones for Umami Ruins. You've got those 2 zones that you've got to ink, you've got to take control of. This map, you have that middle section that cuts between these zones that you've got to try and get up on top and try and secure just your power play up there.
This does change how the game works a little bit, obviously, because so far we've only seen the singular Splat Zone, but now we have these 2, and controlling both is what stops that countdown. Yeah. Or rather puts the points back against you, kind of thing. So yeah, it's a little bit hard. And as you say, there's that big block in the middle which completely cuts it. So holding on to that middle bit and being able to look down both sides is going to be very important. Game starting though, so let's jump into it. Can Gifflar keep this control and see themselves to a 2-0 lead, or will Hankikanto find their form, fight back, and force a 1-1?
Ooh, Degno coming out with that Splat Charger again. We did see it in one of the earlier matches here, securing that last win on tower control.
It was so lovely, so well done as well. But yeah, as you can see, that there's 2 zones on that, so on both sides of that central section. It looks like it's, yeah, there's a couple of trades back and forth, but control is separated between 2. But you can see now, it looks like Hankikanto is just forcing a little bit more. They've got that right side. They just need to get that left as well. But Gifflar doing a great job to control it.
This is the thing with this map. You've got those 2 zones that you've got to work with. You've got to get control of both sides to be able to take that timer down. Sendo now with this beautiful push right there, trying to push back the opposing team. Gifflar now stuck in a really tough spot. Raz trying to use that special to get out of their base, but the bubbler coming out.
Wonderfully done, yeah, excellent timing there. But you can see as well, as I was saying, that the fundamental zone control, that's all really well and good. But here it comes to more specific and precise zone control. And so far, it is looking like Hankikanto all the way. Can Gifflar find their way in? Force that timer to stop, put the penalty points on and the screws to their opponents and push back. There's one side done. Can they get the push now? Reyes looking for a flank here, getting around behind. They get control back. 46 is the penalty.
Beautiful job right there, Gifflar, to stop this push from spiraling and gain control of the stones. Hankikanto, they won't have it. They want to get this push. Raz lurking, manages to pick up that Splat. Beautiful job from Raz. Sendo now in a really tough spot. As a blaster, you cannot ink that well. You've got to rely on having turf below you.
Yeah, and you can see excellent work as well from Gifflar to prevent the penalty points. They're pushing back down. 28 is the difference. Can they get that lead? So far, Degno, great position in the back, trying to find that snipe if possible.
Yeah, that bubbler special being used by Hankikanto, but Degno countering it perfectly. Does get another snipe as well. The bubbler, we've seen it from Hankikanto now multiple times. Gifflar taking the lead as well.
Yeah, they're holding on to this once again. They've managed to keep that control so nicely. They're pushing back Hankikanto. It looks like a different game already as they are pushing down to the last 20. Hankikanto now, they haven't got too many specials. They've got one special on the board. Can they make a power play here? They do lose. They do get control back for a little bit. They stop the timer. They get control. Can they put the penalty points on? It looks like they're going to. There it is. 66 is the score.
That was a beautiful push from Gifflar. Hankikanto were stuck in their spawn. They couldn't get out towards that middle area. There was so much pressure coming out there from Gifflar.
Yeah, but you can see those penalty points are ticking down rapidly. If they can hold on to it. Oh, they've lost control though. Oh, they get it back nice and quick. You don't want that to snowball, although that's extra. Oh, a wonderful shot again from Degno. Absolutely surgical.
Degno doing a great job with that Splat Charger. That Charger is one of those weapon classes that can be punished so easily if you just don't hit your shots, but it doesn't seem to be the problem for Gifflar. Gifflar always hitting their shots.
You can see that very well done from Hankikanto. They knew that they had some penalty points to work with, so they could push back as well as they can. They're going to be trying to force back penalty points once again against Gifflar. 62 back up to the point. A lot of noise coming out from our players. They are talking very, very clearly. This is important. These are tough games for both teams. They need to be precise. They cannot let anything slip. A position, a shot, a call.
Yeah, Atomic now lurking on this top part of the map. Nami trading spot bombs here, trying to get towards that middle area. Hankikanto is just doing a great job at zoning out, but it looks like there's an opening for Gifflar here with the specials. They lose control of one side. It looks like Gifflar gains control.
They use the ink strikes to do it as well. Put those penalty points back onto Hankikanto. 1 minute left. They still need to get through the penalty points and get another 12 if they want to take that lead and win this game and stay in this match. As you can see, Gifflar looking to get that control. It's back and forth again. 45 seconds left. So much pressure from both teams here, as it looks like Hankikanto looking to get the control and trying to take down those points again.
They definitely have the time to do this now. They are very close in points. Gifflar, though, contesting the zones. It looks like they're going to try and take control of both sides, and they do. Hankikanto now has to take this into overtime if they want to win this. They do get control of those zones, preparing now for that overtime push, but Gifflar already coming out with so many specials and so much pressure.
Yeah. Was that a bit too early? We don't know just yet. 10 seconds left on the clock. Dana goes down. 3 people down. 2. They're going to be taking control. They have that timer ticking down. All they need is to take the lead, and then they win this one. Overtime begins. If Hankikanto lose control now, it is over. The game goes over to Gifflar, and they'll be 2-0 up. Penalty points coming to an end. Here we go. Ticking down. They lost control. Can they get the control back in completely in their favor as the overtime is going? And it's gone! Gifflar 2-0 over Hankikanto. A really, really close game. Hankikanto fighting back, but could not get out of their bonus points early enough to really make it matter. And Gifflar held the line, kept pushing those bonus points up and up and up. They couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah, my goodness, that was such an intense match right there. Gifflar, though, with the control. Hankikanto tried to secure some pressure, tried to secure the control, but instantly they were there to punish Gifflar. They were there to contest those zones.
This is a critical moment for both teams. On the side of Hankikanto, they know that their backs are against the wall, but they know they have the pedigree to do this. They know that they can fight this back and win. You can see how close this is. For Gifflar, it is absolutely essential that they don't get complacent now.
Yep.
It's not over. They're 2-0 up, but they can win this. They've shown they can, but if they let Hankikanto have a moment, if they take their foot off the gas for one moment, this could crumble before them. They need to be calm.
Yeah. Some of the things that they did really well just to secure that win was we saw that Splat Charger being used really effectively.
Degno's positioning was immaculate.
Amazing positioning and also just hitting all of your shots. It can be really punishing as a charger if you don't hit your shots, but all of those shots were landing. Another thing also, Hankikanto having that bubbler special. We saw it be used to great effect to protect both the tacticooler and the crab and just key areas of the zone in some of the other matches. But that's one of the things that we saw Gifflar did a really good job at dealing with. They shot that weak point of the bubbler, the top of that bubbler, to instantly break it and not allow them that safe space.
Indeed, yeah. And it's kind of like when you're relying on something to give you time, which is essentially what the bubble is about, protecting you and giving you more time. Just, it cuts it away immediately, and it forces you to panic and react and make a move. Our players are readying up for our next game. Of course, it's going to be Clan Blitz on Mako Mart, so we're going to slow the pace down a little bit, I feel, to kind of get that more spread out zone control, objectives coming together for big power plays. We're seeing if Gifflar can do it. Can they 3-0 Hankikanto and look forward to take the crown away from them? I mean, I say the crown. Hankikanto are a new team, but there are members of Hankikanto who were the Nordic finalists, who were the Nordic representatives at the Grand Finals last year. Sendo and Kaldemar want to return, but could they be stopped here? That's the question to ask. Very exciting stuff happening. Oh, I'm ready for my sorry.
Yeah, scared me for a second.
I'm ready for my clan blitz. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
This is going to be a great matchup here. Macklemore is one of those fun maps. It has some interesting callouts as well. It has a callout called Melon. It has a callout called Freezer. Just looking at some areas of the map. But let's hop right into our next match here. Clan Blitz on Macklemore.
There's a lot of pressure up against Hankikanto, but as I said, they have the pedigree, they have the quality, they have the experience to see this home, and it is all on Gifflar to not let up. They need to turn the screws. They need to, put the final nail in the coffin. Whatever, phrase you want to use, they need to make sure that they can end this game now.
Yeah, both of these teams now looking to secure that early control of mid. Kaldemar now looking to get a great power play on this first box. Ray's getting taken down. Kaldemar is looking for more as well. This is going to be a great opening push for Hankikanto if they can get it in. But it looks like they've missed. They missed the throw on the basket.
Oh, that is something you don't see often and is going to be a huge... could that be the difference? I don't want it to be, but if that is the difference, that's got to hurt a lot for that throw. You don't see that very often.
Gifflar now has a footing. They are getting control of that middle area. That is a push that was thrown away by Hankikanto due to that miss. Sendo now lurking, but Gifflar knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive opening play from Hankikanto, which is obviously what, they're going to be stepping up the pace now. Their backs are against the wall, so they need to be ready to go. You can see there is about 8-7. Sendo goes down. It looks like a 1-for-1 over there as Raz gets away with their life, just phasing back, 6 clams in hand, looking to maybe get a 7th and that 8th and push forward. But a minute and 20 gone, and there's no score just yet. There should be, but there's not.
Hankikanto now, though, with a wipeout. Is this going to be the push that they need? Are they going to be able to break the basket this time? Looks like they are able to. They break that barrier now. Let's have a look and see if they are able to get any more clamps in. It looks like potentially Kaldemar could be able to get a clam in, but Gifflar does a great job at shutting that push down and only letting them break the barrier, not toss in anything else.
That's still something. That is a lead. 10 points put back on. Half the points in your power play gets put back onto your penalty to work through the next time. So, yeah, here we go. Looking to... Oh, Degno goes down by a nice, I think it was a stray bomb there. Yeah, fizzy bomb from Kaldemar. Looking like another bit of great play here. Going to get another wipeout, essentially. Some players did respawn in time, but that was all 4 players down in 1 point. Looks like Hankikanto looking to really...
Beautiful bubbler. We'll have to see now how Gifflar deals with this. We saw when they had that Splat Charger on their team, they were shooting the top of that barrier to break it instantly. But now the bubbler gets to run it out its time.
You can see this power clam currently on Arc here. He is visible to the opposing team, but they need to find a way to push themselves forward. Booyah bomb coming out.
Yeah.
Nice splat there from Arc, getting someone down. You can see this push forward, looking to get that line. Great shot, that went through as well. And there's another power clam immediately. 40 straight on, and here comes the confidence. Here comes the quality that we know Hankikanto are capable of. They haven't let Gifflar breathe right now.
Yeah, we saw that bubbler come out again to protect that tactical right underneath the basket. So it's going to make sure that Hankikanto, even though they got taken down now, they're going to be able to push back in and respawn really quickly and are ready to build this next push almost.
Look at that, just waiting, biding his time. He's got 7 in hand, so you're definitely thinking there's going to be that play of, get one to him, transform it into a power. Oh, Raz getting taken down after that aggressive play to try and take down Sendo. Yeah, could survive the pressure, but immediately gets taken down by a waiting Reyes.
Kaldemar now trying to get that push, but also gets taken down. 3 down on the team of Hankikanto now. This is the break that Gifflar needs. They are gonna have to try and put this clam in, and it looks like Nami is able to get it in.
Now,
that barrier is broken.
That's the thing, can they get any more though? You can see you've got Nami on the side there, Raz at the back, and Reyes with something. Can they get some clams in? Keep that time up. They're going slowly. 1 more clam, 2, they're holding on to 3. A couple of them go down, but can they keep the shield open just a little bit longer?
Reyes putting in a final clam, making sure that shield stays up even longer. This was a great push. They still don't have the lead, but it's a step closer towards taking that lead. They've only got 35 seconds now. They've got to be able to build another push together.
Yeah, Reyes did so much work there, but between the double splat to get the push and then just being an aggro point for so long in the back. Excellent work. Now we've got 20 seconds left on the clock. The time is not in Gifflar's favor. It looks like Hankikanto, if they just hold on to this, will get their first point and push it to a game 4.
Yeah, 10 seconds left now.
Oh, great shot coming out there from Atomic. They're going down a double splat. Excellent work. Hankikanto, 3 seconds left on the clock. Looking to hold this line. Overtime going through, but can they make this final power play? Can it be enough? Nami.
Oh!
Did they miss again? Was that a miss? It was.
It was a miss, but also I don't think Nami could have gone any further closer to the basket. Reyes now almost able to get to that power clam and keep the overtime alive.
Unfortunately, though, it wasn't to be. Hankikanto, their first step on their long journey back against this 2-0 deficit. 2-1 then, which puts us into a game 4.
Yeah, I think.
Just saying, I had a feeling it was going to happen.
What?
Well, in terms of like, just Hankikanto, we're going to fight back there. It's just, it was expected. Great play from both teams coming, really, really working well. Just an excellent first and second push by Hankikanto, and it was only the one good push from Gifflar. So it's just a sheer numbers game.
Yeah, one thing to note as well here in this matchup, we saw great resource management, especially from Hankikanto, being able to, you need 8 clams to get that power clam. So just being able to manage your resources, toss them back and forth to each other. One of the things that we also saw was some players lurking at 7 clams right around the basket, getting a clam tossed to them right at the end just to get that power clam when they are already pushing, when they're right underneath the basket so they don't reveal their location.
Yeah. We're going to be jumping into tower control, though.
Undertow Spillway is the next map.
Yeah. So we're going to be, hopefully seeing, Gifflar wanting to obviously just hold the line here. They can't let the fact, they got that 2-0 lead. If they lose this one, it's going to be, it's all for nothing, It's one of the, or not all for nothing, but it's everyone for themselves kind of thing. You need to get that last game. It's the last one that matters. This is their last kind of like checkpoint. They need to kind of hold this line. They can't let that loss eat away at them in the second game, because they've already proven that they can win where it matters. Get the right skirmishes, get the right splats, and push the right objectives correctly. And it's just, can they do that one more time?
Yeah, they are currently on match point. They need that one win to secure them a spot in the grand finals. Hankikanto, though, looking to start that reverse sweep. We've seen that first game win, looking to get 2 more now to complete that reverse sweep. Yeah,
they are, as I said, they are closing in, so Gifflar have to be ready as we jump into tower control on the Undertow Spillway. So let's go. Let's jump into game 4. Can Gifflar take it home, or will Hankikanto take it to game 5?
Yeah, it looks like both of our teams are hopping in right now. Degno opting to go with that splatter scope again. We saw great success with this in some of their anarchy modes. So looking to go back to that and see how that works out for them on tower control.
Yes. These very early checkpoints here, as you can see. Then that long, slow strafe to the left and then back across the front of your opponent's base. As Hankikanto take first blood, get onto first checkpoint, and we'll start eating away at that checkpoint. Nice ink structure, instantly push back any semblance of breaking that first checkpoint as the tower is reset.
Yeah, Sender now trying to get something going right here, but Nami gets control of that tower, gets a splat on Kaldemar as well. That's going to be crucial for them to be able to push past this first checkpoint.
They get another splat as well, 2 for 3. Back in favor of Hankikanto, so they do have a bit of a deficit, only 0.4. It's not really much, so the checkpoint's going to get taken down eventually. As you can see, Hankikanto really pushing forward. They're back at the checkpoint. There's the points away. There's the lead. There's the checkpoint, and we're moving again.
That's
Sendo.
one of the things to note with those checkpoints. The tower stops at those checkpoints and you have to stay on it to push it past the checkpoint. If you're unable to push it past the checkpoint, you have to push through those points again to push past it.
Yep, and you can see, you know, I feel like there's not desperation, but there's a little bit of desire to push hard here from Gifflar, and it's costing them a couple of extra splats. 2 down for 1. Kaldemar going down there. They can't quite pressurize and push anything from that, though. There's too much control in the center from Arc and Atomic, who are doing a great job holding the line.
Yeah, Ray's now looking to try and get some control of mid, but Arc
Great
is lurking.
splat!
Beautiful splat right there. Ray's looking to continue. They managed to take down Sendo as well, but does get taken out now.
2 for 1, and you can see it's a wipeout again. They push a little bit too far and get taken out for it, and they bite the big one. Though they did manage to get the checkpoint down, so, you know, Hankikanto are working through the space they've already controlled. This is what I mean. Gifflar can't afford to just get a little bit too risky here. They have to play the game. They have to be careful. The bubbler on the checkpoint here does keep them safe, but it does go down. Checkpoint 2 cleared, as Degno trying to find something. One line he needs. One good shot.
Yes, one of the things with this Splat Charger is not going to be doing much unless you're able to pick up those splats, and it looks like Degno currently struggling to just get their footing.
Oh, as we say, 2!
Double Splat, Arc and Kaldemar go down. This is the push that Gifflar needs. Raz
is pushing far forward as well, as you can see, you know, just trying to find these checkpoints. They're past it. They're looking to try and get another point in the side. Can Raz keep that pressure up? He does get taken down. They're at checkpoint 2, 43 to 59. This is so close, but Hankikanto have control once again. They take down a lot of their detractors, and they're pushing back for the center.
Atomic there. I did not think they were going to be able to turn around and get that splat to end the push right there. They were getting pushed up really far.
Degno there having his moment. They get 3 splats down, looking for that complete wipe if they can. The bubbler goes down, and they need to hold that line. Arc doing a great job of being an anchor with that bubbler, preventing any major push from that 3 splat advantage they had. 2 again going down though for Hankikanto, as Arc is still alive here, trying to get this 1v1, gets it, wins it out, holds the line.
Arc putting in some work right now, able to just keep that tower from moving.
And another one! Arc is just staying alive! Finally goes down. Raz, at long last, breathes a sigh of relief as this tower is not leaving this corner. 49 to 43, a minute left on the board as 3 from Gifflar go down. Hankikanto have it back. They can breathe a sigh of relief at last. Resets the tower back to the center. Off we go.
That was a great push there from Gifflar. Unfortunately, they were not able to push past that checkpoint, however, so they will have to restart and try again.
Degno there, we've seen if he does have that one chance, can make a huge swing here. There's line on the left. There was looking like a tight line there for Degno if he could have found it, but didn't. Sendo rather. Just keeping that line as we have Atomic going up to the high point here, just playing it safe, trying to find their way in, gets that height advantage, gets pushed back by the ink strike. 20 seconds left on the board. The tower is in the center here. Atomic gets Reyes down though. This looks like it's control here for Hankikanto. 10 seconds left. Gifflar with 1 player left on the board. They need to try and get control of the tower back, or it's all over, and it's going to be a game 5. 3, 2, 1. You have to ask. It's over.
Beautiful game there from Hankikanto to bring this to game 5. Now we are looking towards Gifflar. Are they going to be able to fend off this reverse sweep? Hankikanto has been building momentum in these past 2 games.
It was a close game. It was 49 to 43. It's I don't know. It's millimeters in this. It's so tight. These two are really putting on a display here. That was a great play from Degno here, but they just couldn't. Arc did okay. Well, defensively, Arc did a great job when they had the back foot, or they were on the back foot. Hankikanto lost 3 members. Arc just went back to the checkpoint, bubbled up, and just waited. and there was nothing that, you can't push, try and push past me. My team's coming back. Excellent work to kind of prevent any kind of aggression coming out. They had to try and get the bubbler down, but they couldn't. And that particular play, I think, kept them from pushing that tower that little bit further. And then he went on to survive for like 20 other seconds, being like 3 shots coming in all the time and just couldn't like get taken down.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was talking about earlier, that bubbler. Gifflar were doing such a good job at taking down that bubbler early on in some of these previous matches, but now this bubbler, if you let it stay up for too long, it could spiral into control for Hankikanto.
Indeed, indeed. And it's going to go to a bit of an intense one. Rainmaker once again on humpback pump track. We've seen this map and mode combination before earlier in the lower side. So exciting to see exactly how these two teams will do it. So yeah, I don't know. Rainmaker for game 5. I mean, is that how it should be? Would you say that that's kind of like that's the true Kino ending?
Well, we've played all of the Anarchy modes now, so we have to end it on the last one that we haven't played in this particular match.
Of course, yeah.
But Rainmaker is one of those modes that can spiral really quickly. You gotta push back those checkpoints, but Rainmaker, you can push it so fast.
Yeah, but we're jumping into game. It's ready to go. This is game 5 of our winners finals. The winner of this game goes to the grand finals on winner's side, which gives them a little bit of protection against the, the loser side team would have to reset the bracket. It all comes down to this. Gifflar with an excellent start, winning the turf war, winning the splat zones. It all comes down to Rainmaker here on the humpback pump track.
What we're going to be paying attention to early on here is who gets that initial pop. It seems like Hankikanto will get it. That also secures control of mid for them. But Gifflar not falling for the trap, not going in and getting taken down.
Oh, wow, Reyes going along that bottom side, popping up the side and getting that splat. 2 down immediately on the side of Hankikanto. Nami on the Kraken, covering as much ground as possible, being an annoyance. They break through the checkpoint immediately. Gifflar with a push.
Gifflar with a beautiful push right there, and it's all thanks to Nami with the Kraken pushing up really far. Now there's 2 specials coming out there from Gifflar as they try and push this further. Someone needs to grab the Rainmaker though. It is gonna be Raz trying to push this as far as possible. Hankikanto now forced on the defensive side, able to take out that Rainmaker, but it looks like the pressure is still on. Gifflar are still here trying to get this push even further. Kaldemar, though, trying to shut it down.
Kaldemar took a beautiful line down around the side, got that one shot and took him down. Almost basically, well, almost a wipeout there once again. The Rainmaker is being pushed back. There's going to be the counter push coming out now from Hankikanto. What can Gifflar do to hold the line, protect their checkpoint? Doesn't look like they... just a little bit there. Can't... Is that enough time? The checkpoint comes through. 24 distance is the thing. We've got the bubbler out to keep them protected. The supers, what a power play coming out from Hankikanto here to push back. They have the lead. They're pushing past. They lose it.
That was a beautiful push there, using that bubble to protect all of their specials, and now they get to push even further. Degno, though, manages to get the Rainmaker. Raz now looking to pop this and looking to get it out of the danger zone as they roll back towards mid. Raz now on this counter push, taking it a bit slow, knowing that there are some Hankikanto players lurking across the field.
These two teams just go, they just hammer at each other's gates, like back and forth. And there's a central control. Looks like we have a couple of players down, 3 players down for Gifflar once again. With the Rainmaker in control of Hankikanto, looking for their way through. They get Degno down as well, but it looks like Sendo goes down. Reyes looking to control or fight back here, as it looks like a line is wanting to be created for Hankikanto. They already have the lead. It's just sharking now. Pressure. Nami coming through, going after the Rainmaker. Can't quite find the line. Gets them down. Excellent there from Nami on the Kraken once again. That tried and tested not namesake, but their I guess
that
signature
Kraken combo.
Their signature combo, yeah.
Being super strong. Raze now popping the Rainmaker, but opting not to grab it at the moment. One thing to note is if you have popped the Rainmaker and it just sits there for a little while without anyone picking it up, it will reset back to the middle. So we'll probably see that soon. There it is, the Rainmaker reset. This is going to be good for Gifflar if they can get that pop, and it looks like they can. Kaldemar now, though, lurking, waiting to try and get that Rainmaker, but unable to get the punishment and decides to jump back.
You can see there's a lot of pressure right now on Raz, who's having a 1v1, just trying to support the team. There's a lot of pressure around the corners here, has to reposition, but you can see staying alive as the team come back.
Somehow able to get out of that. They were cornered from 3 different sides, but somehow able to back out and stay alive. This is going to be the perfect angle to push up from if they're going to be able to get some support from their team. Hankikanto doing a great job at just keeping that middle area inked and just keeping Raz back.
There's a lot of pressure over there. You can see Raz is still alive, though, still holding on. Just needs the team to support. 1 minute left on the clock. The time is not in their favor once again. As yeah, there it is, the last minute. They lost the Rainmaker, though. It goes down. Gifflar having to push back. If they can, it looks like the Rainmaker shield will be popped by Hankikanto, grabbed by Ark, who pushed it straight back into the center, being chased down now, firing back behind to cover.
That was a beautiful squid roll there by Ark to take the Rainmaker out of the danger zone and start this push towards Gifflar's side. Raz, though, able to take down this Rainmaker, is being pushed in a very tough spot now, but looks like they're able to make it out alive.
Yeah, you can see now, just need to try and cover that one. Specials are out, there's no big pressure, but they do have control of the center. But Gifflar loses a member. This is where they need to hold their numbers. Raz goes down, it's 3 once again. 20 seconds on the clock. If Hankikanto control the Rainmaker at the end of this seconds, it's gonna be done. They're gonna wanna try and grab that one soon and just try and get the knockout, but here it goes. Nami with that final power play. Has to try and do something, get control of the Rainmaker. 5 seconds to go.
In that final push right there,
it's over.
With the Kraken, Nami couldn't spot the player of Hankikanto that was hiding. Hankikanto now with the reverse sweep books a spot in the grand finals.
That's a difficult game. When it was at 2-0, it was going to be a dangerous one. There is the looks on the faces of the Gifflar team. They know what they were on the verge of doing and what it ended up being. Sendo and Ark there. Ark had a series. Ark had a series. They were 2-0 down. You know, you can't beat the script sometimes. You know, they knew that they had to really bring out their best for that one. Sendo's breathing hard. Yeah, Ark happy with the result. Gifflar, though, that is it's a heartbreaker. You can see it on their faces as well. They know what they were on the cusp of doing, but they shouldn't be like. Of course they lost. They're going to be upset and dejected, but like, you know, they can do it again. They've done it once. They were doing so well. They're going to stay in those seats, of course, because they are going to be playing that next match. We're going to be going down to the lower side finals to lock in who's going to come in third and who will be joining Hankikanto in that grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch now. Abow Knas facing off against Gifflar. We saw that match earlier on in the day. It was a really, really close one. Gifflar able to win at the end, but it was a really close match. So I think Abow Knas is going to want that revenge.
Yeah, though of course they do. It is, oh gosh. This is a tense tournament. I mean, again, like seeing Hankikanto pushed so far to the edge. It's great to see, you know, teams rise up and kind of fight back against, you know, strong players who have been, you know, in the scene for a long time. Not to say that the players on Gifflar haven't been in for a while. I'll be honest, I don't quite know. I didn't recognize many of these names coming into the Nordic tournament this time. I only recognize the names I saw from 2018, 2019. But, you know, to perform that well on that stage, and of course, bitterly lose in a game 5 after being 2-0 up. It happens.
Reverse sweep for Hankikanto.
But that's still a great position to be in. So I mean, losing game 5 is a lot better than losing game 3.
Yeah.
Just losing a 3-0. So they have to reset their mindset. They
But
can't
as
sit
well,
there.
knowing you were so close.
Yeah, of course, and that's going to sting, but they can't let that sting. Put a plaster on it. We lost, but if we let that eat away at us, we're going to lose again.
Yeah.
So you can't let that eat away. They should be, it's going to suck, but they should be happy or like take home from them. Because like every loss isn't just a bunch of negatives, and every win isn't just positives. You can win and still have a load of errors you made and things you need to learn. You can lose and have so many great moments to go, this is what we did well. So they should be focusing on exactly what they did brilliantly to make it a game 5 in the first place and let that carry them on to take down knas again.
Yeah. We'll have to see. If they manage to take down Knas, they will be looking forwards to that grand finals and potentially bring it towards Hankikanto.
Oh gosh, I mean, if they have a go, if they have another crack at Hankikanto, and it goes to Game 7, and they reset the bracket, and it goes to Game 7, I'll be a happy commentator. But I'm sure that everyone here has been like, just let this end. It's just so late. This place closes at 10. We got to get out. At the start, to be like, come on, get out. You know, hoof it. But yeah, let's have a look at the lower bracket final maps and modes, so we know exactly what our teams are going to be playing in to get to that grand final.
Yeah, it's the format that we all know and love, starting off with that best of 3 Turf War. This time, though, Inkblot Art Academy, Brine Water Springs, and potentially, again, Humpback Pump Track. Our favorite tongue twister.
Palo, do you like that stage a lot, buddy? He loves that stage. Palo's just like, oh, I'm a big fan of Humpback. Put it in. I'm a big fan of Inkblot. I love it. And then we're going to see Hagglefish Market on Rainmaker when we go to that first set of Anarchy battles. And we'll finally see Flounder Heights, Splat Zones, Clan Blitz in the Museum, Dalfonsino, and Wahoo World once again for Tower Control. So we've got a nice little mix of different stuff here. So Tower Control, Wahoo World, I think it's the first time seeing that today. We saw it in Turf War earlier. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Good set. Is there anything that that speaks to you here? Is there anything that you kind of really like or you think is a tricky combination?
Yeah, I think looking at this, definitely looking at those 2 first Turf War maps, Brine Water Springs is an interesting one. You have these ramps that lead up towards your spawn, so it's all about just securing that pressure upwards towards the opponent's spawn. That's one of those maps that's pretty tough to do, especially with some weapon combinations.
Yeah, hopefully the teams can bring something nice into the fray and make it less of a tricky one. I seem to recall, I believe it was Brine Water Springs, where there was a wonderful Nami Kraken play.
Always.
Always. But kind of, yeah, going up that ramp and kind of covering the back line and just kind of like essentially forcing the opponent back and forcing them to come round into a waiting team, which was a nice kind of bit of shepherding, if you will. Yeah, players are readying up though, so we're going to get straight into this. This will be the last match of this moment. We'll take a break after this match is done, and we'll get ready for that grand final. If that's what you're waiting for, don't leave just yet, because this game is also going to be sick.
This game is going to be incredible. It is the rematch. These 2 teams are really evenly matched. They had a really, really close match earlier on in the day, so we'll have to see going into this match now how it is going to look. Both of these teams just looking to secure that grand finals.
Yeah. I mean, they've had that 3-2 in the qualifiers. They had a 3 in Knas' favor, and then Gifflar winning today 3-1. That allows them to really fight back. But now, different modes, different maps. What has Knas learnt from their second round there with Gifflar, and what are they going to bring to the fray here to try and see them through to that final? This is what I like about runbacks, because you've got so much information. You've got your, how much have you downloaded, if you will, about your opponent, and what can you use to kind of like circumvent their strategies. But yeah, we're jumping into game right now. The European Championships, we're in our lower bracket finals. We will be locking in our 3rd place team, and then moving on to the grand finals afterwards. But yeah, because this is lower, whoever loses here is out of the tournament, and it's going to be another run back for Gifflar and Abow Knas.
Yeah, have to see now how Gifflar bounce back from their tough reverse sweep in the upper bracket. Both of these squads now looking to turf as much as they can. Scarfy with some control of the mid. Seems like a very slow start for both teams. Just making sure you've got your sides inked before they go into this conflict. And now all chaos breaks out as the specials get activated.
Yeah, crab tank on both sides. Neither one really being focused or being pressured too much. Raz is covering a little bit of ground behind, just making sure all those nooks and crannies are sorted. Every percentage point matters.
Yeah, Abow Knas now looking to push back into this middle area. Gifflar had some great early control with those specials, but it's very contested in the middle now. Gifflar forced to back off a little bit as they start charging up these specials again.
Yeah, a little bit of zone control in the center. Degno with the inkjet, just trying to phase back, but gets taken down as Reyes takes a little bit of control here, looking for that left lower side, maybe just going to try and cover some space. That is open. Just little shots here and there. It's just going to be enough. You don't want to spend any moment over long. Wonderful shot there from Reyes with that crab tank, just covering a lot of ground, getting a nice splat.
That was a key position right there for Reyes to take. Being able to be on top of that middle platform and get that high ground to look into that opposing base.
Nice.
Nami and their team now looking to get control of mid as they're pushing Abow knas down, but Abow knas not wanting this to happen. Getting a splat in the mid. Trane as well now with this crab, gets punished for it instantly. Reyes though, Scarfy had that amazing inkjet play. Does get punished for it though. These teams just scrambling back and forth, trying to secure this control. 1 minute left of turf war.
Yep, this first game looking pretty close. It does seem like for the most part, Gifflar having that that advantage, especially on these flanks and these sides, these lower segments of the Art Academy. The mid obviously still very much contested. Okay, yeah, Kino there with the Tactical coming out, giving a little bit of buffs. You can see how strongly contested it is in the center, but look at those flanks. Look how good they look right now for Gifflar as the ink strikes come out to cover a little bit of the back line. 25 seconds left.
Yeah, Gifflar now looking to continue this control of mid. Abow knas has been having that danger sign for a majority of the match here, but looking to change that in these final 15 seconds of the match. Looking to take control. Reyes now though with the crab, not wanting that to happen. Gets taken down. Shireen with this amazing push, gets another splat on Raz.
And there's one player on each side. At that end, it was just a huge push from both sides. One player alive at the end of it. It looks a little bit in favor of Gifflar, I'm not going to lie to you. And it is 41 to 49. It's a close one, but that's the first round of our turf war going over to Gifflar.
Yeah, Gifflar having control of most of that match. At the end there, we saw Knas, though, getting control of that mid a little bit and trying to push back. But as you mentioned, only one player was alive from each of the sides. It was a massive scramble. Reyes again with that crab on that central platform. That is a great position for the crab to put down a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, as the way it felt, it was close. It wasn't a complete blowout, but it was 8% was the difference. So Gifflar in good form right now, just to take that lead. They need to hold on to that as well. I think what they really want to do is they really want to use these kind of games. You know, every kind of win they can find here as like a real morale booster after what they've just experienced. You know, Knas here, you know, they did get a nice victory during the qualifiers, but you know they are currently on the back end of playing today. Because again, you can win any other day, but the day that matters is today. Yeah. And today, Gifflar is a stronger team than Knas faced in the qualifiers. It feels like. So they have to, you know, they're down. It's turf war. They got 2 more chances potentially to keep that going. But until we get into the anarchy, so they need to just kind of not be too perturbed by losing a turf war at this point, and really either set their sights on the later games or just kind of tighten things up a little bit. But it's early doors.
Yeah, most definitely gotta look to secure that turf point. Turf war being that best of 3, so just gotta look to secure that point on the board. We'll have to see now going into Brine Water Springs how these players will deal with this map. As I talked about earlier, there's that ramp up towards the spawn. How are they going to deal with this elevation and this choke point leading up to the opposing base?
Yeah, of course. Again, it makes it really interesting because it's so hard. It is such a very specific line to go down. It is a bit of a brutal fight, which means I feel that mid is going to be a lot more of that kind of contested space for the most part. But we'll see how it goes. Those little like green segments there kind of like create like this nice ability to move around flank and just try and fire back if possible. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things to note here. Those ramps as well have a great way to overlook that middle section of the map. Some players playing those backline weapons like Degno with that ballpoint splatling are going to be able to secure a lot of pressure from just up there. Both these teams now, though, taking a slow approach to the mid, as we saw in that last game as well, and then unleashing all of their specials at once. It seems Gifflar able to charge up their specials faster and start this early push. Abow knas now, though, able to get 2 splats and now pushing towards that middle area. Kino, though, in an awkward spot, manages to get out of it alive.
Yeah, so far, so hectic.
Yeah, really hectic match here. Degno, beautiful shot right there with that inkjet, the final shot of the inkjet. Scarfy now looking to secure some pressure. Ooh, very close.
That was very close. Yeah, that was really looking like Raz was seeing lights. But yes, Scarfy here just using these blaster shots just to kind of pressure and harass from afar. Degno though on the other back line with this ballpoint splatling just covering so much ground and just being this this force to be reckoned with. So you can see the pressure being put onto Degno to force to not let him plant his feet, keep him moving so he just can't get ready.
Yeah, it's one of the valuable things you can do with your special and also your sub-weapon. Keep players on their toes, keep them zoned out. Oh, that splat bomb, the suction bomb, able to get the inkjet. Beautiful play right there. I don't think Gifflar saw that coming.
Yeah, a couple down for a little bit, so giving Knas a chance here just to force a bit more of a push. Reyes, just having a little bit of pressure here, gets taken down eventually. There we go, 2 down for Gifflar once again. As you can see now, Knas are looking up that big slope that you're talking about as Gifflar are at the top, mounting a comeback, trying to see if they can get some points back. Scarfy ink-jetting away, returns to that safe spot. No one takes him down. Firing back a little bit, but...
Yeah, beautiful play here. Abow knas adapting really well in this matchup and having control for most of it. But it is Turf War. These last 40 seconds are gonna be what's important, and it's gonna be what's game-changing. Nami now trying to throw out those tri-strikes. Trane not letting that happen with the crab. Nami though doing a great job at dodging, but it's not enough. Trane manages to get that splat, and now Marcus with those tri-strikes. This is looking really tough for Gifflar. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. Raz now trying to get back towards that center area. Has the special, able to use it, but unable to pick up any splats with it.
There's one there at the end, taking Marcus down. That last shot, 10 seconds left. This is another close one, hotly contested in mid, as we have 3 down on the side of Knas, and Gifflar with a chance just to keep pushing and get that control.
It's going to be a close one right here. Are they going to be able to take control at the end? It looks like Gifflar might have it with that final push we saw.
It's wow. Oh man, it must be such a heartbreaker for Knas again, because again, it was so close, and just in the last few moments, there's a massive change in the momentum.
Yeah, Abow knas, they had control most of that game. Gifflar was only at the back of that Trizuka play at the end. They're using some of those specials and getting lots of players down.
Yeah. Some nice moments here as well. Some great splats as well. Great shots, great angles being found. But at the end of it, we do have Gifflar taking that first Turf War 1 point up again. So they're looking to close this one out without too much resistance, hopefully. So we're going to be moving away from Turf War straight back to Rainmaker at Hagglefish Market, I believe.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
That is going to be a great map and mode. Rainmaker can be very sporadic, can be very fast paced. So we'll have to see now, coming into this match, how do we think these players are going to choose to play this?
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, I really feel that what Gifflar are wanting to really focus on is like not letting go of any like chokehold they have. They want to really just collapse on their opponent. They want to play hard, they want to play fast. Obviously play intelligently and strategically, move back when you need to, but they want to be kind of not letting go of any momentum. They had it and they lost it, and they know what that feels like. So they need to kind of ensure that they don't lose it again. Knas here are focusing. There's a couple of smiles on one of them. Just one. The rest of them really focused and really wanted to not win this one. Not lose this one, excuse me. But not win. I don't want to win this one. Right, so Rainmaker, Hagglefish Market. Let's see what our teams can do.
Looking into this map right here, we've got 2 checkpoints. You only got to break through one of them, so you have a choice here. Do you go for that right checkpoint that's closer to the middle area, or do you go and flank on that left side? It's going to be a choice these players are going to have to make. It looks like Gifflar gets the early pop on that Rainmaker, but Shirani doing a great job at just pressuring. You see some trades coming out there.
Yeah, 2 trades for 2. That was a pretty messy start there, but there we go in. Raz is coming in hot. Da-ding. Right.
Yeah, Ray's now lurking, trying to see if they can get some control. Pops that crab tank.
Great positioning though of, wow, that was a lot of aggro coming out. It forces Reyes to stop the assault from the crab tank. Really nicely done.
Yeah, it's one of the things with that crab tank. If you go into that ball form, you cannot be taken out. They can shoot the crab tank to try and break it faster, but you are invincible in that state.
Gifflar got taken 3 down, so it looks like knas here going for that first checkpoint. They get it. Now they're going to make their way through to the back line, that back checkpoint there. Look at how much control they've got of the zone. They've already got a teammate in the back, and they're pushing straight through, up the top. They can't quite get there. 13 points left on their board for them, but that was very, very nice, being able to get the shortcut down the center. Great control of the space for that one. Nami goes down thanks to Marcus. Oh, and Raz goes down thanks to Marcus as well.
That's a wipeout as well. Beautiful push here from Abow. Are they going to be able to get that final push? Ray's looking to stop it. Seems like they're struggling to get that splat though. Oh, they pushed it even further. 7 points now, but the push is not over.
Oh, no, they missed the line. Oh my word, 1. There's 1 point on it. They didn't quite get the line and went over the side of the checkpoint.
Oh, that is going to be unfortunate there for Abow. Looking like they potentially could have had the knockout there had they not gone past that checkpoint. Gifflar now with some control of their base, able to get that Rainmaker out of the danger zone. We're going to have to see now if Nami chooses to reset this or hold on to the Rainmaker. Looks like Nami chooses to hold on to the Rainmaker and gets taken down.
There's a lot of pressure in close range. The Rainmaker's not very good in close range for the delayed nature of its shot. You can see there's so much pressure coming out. knas have had an excellent start here. I mean, you have to wonder, even if they did go up for the animation, they probably wouldn't have been able to split it down, but still, 1. That's a big, big push. That's as close as a wipeout can be.
Ooh, the aerial shot there from Degno on that Inkja, able to take down the opposing squad. Degno now gets punished for it. Nami has popped that barrier, but Marcus is still behind, causing some trouble.
Now, essentially, this kind of push is what the push where it says to your opponent, the only way for you to win now is a knockout.
Yeah.
That's the only way to win.
The only way to win is a knockout. Even if Gifflar manages to tie that 1 point remaining, since Abow got there first, they have to get that knockout if they want to win.
And there's so much pressure. They go for the left side. They get there.
Yeah, breaking through that first checkpoint and even popping the Rainmaker, but those tri-strikes coming down. Yeah. Marcus now trying to secure some control. They got the tactic cooler. This is a perfect opportunity to push, but they do get taken out. Almost another one on Scarfy, and Scarfy also gets taken down. Gifflar, might be the push that they need. Nami now with another splat there right near that checkpoint.
They can see the line, but there was an attempted flank. It did come well. Shirane got a couple of splats. Shirane with a big play there. Getting a wipeout with the help of their team. Gifflar down. knas can breathe a little bit here. It's still 1-26. They have that lead, but when they have control of the Rainmaker, they take out the win condition from Gifflar completely.
That was beautiful defense right there, played to perfection. Now Gifflar looking to start another push with 1 minute left on the clock. Ray's got that crab tank. We're gonna have to see when they choose to activate this. Choosing to try and spawn camp that zip caster, but does get taken down early. Raz now with the Rainmaker looking to get this push. Ray's on the crab tank, unable to get anything going so far, but does get a splat there on Marcus. This is going to be the push that they need.
Reyes trying to move as fast as possible, but had to fall back a little bit. There we go, the Rainmaker's been lost. It's 12-1, it's so close. Right now, knas are fighting back. They need to hold on to this. If there is a big power play, if there is a good push from Gifflar, it's over here, so... They managed to take control of the Rainmaker. 20 seconds left on the clock, but they lose the Rainmaker again. Nami on that side. Raz as well getting taken down. What can they do on this left side? Look at all these ink strikes as well. Oh, 5-1.
10 seconds left on the clock right now. Scarfy looking to start that defense. Gifflar, 5 seconds to try and pop this Rainmaker. And it looks like they might be able to.
Oh, wow.
time ending right there. That first push from Abow Knas, securing that win for them. The defense absolutely stellar at the end there. What a nail biter. Bowie is in shambles.
It's okay. It's okay. Double single digits. 5-1.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez
We saw in the
Louise.
defensive play as well there, grabbing that Rainmaker, but not knowing where to go to try and get out safely, and accidentally pushing it closer to that podium.
Oh man, I don't mean to. I mean, Nordic Splatoon is just always so good. Whenever I come over here and watch the Nordic region play Splatoon, it's just always sick, dude. Just so many good games.
Goodness.
Oh wow, 1-1 once again. These
It
two
all
teams.
went down to the wire. It could have been ended earlier had that misplay not happened right at the podium, had Knas been able to get that knockout earlier on, but Gifflar almost able to take that win.
Yep, but we're going to be going to Splat zones next. Flounder Heights, I think, we're the first time we're seeing this today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and but we're going to be going to a game 4 at least. They're readying up. Gifflar, they're just trying to stay composed, just hold on to that, just play. Don't focus on anything else, just play. Knas there, happy to get a game on the board. There's smiles returning to the faces of these players. So yeah, it's oh, man. Selfie. To the gram with you. You're going to Instagram.
Yeah, this next match now, Flounder Heights. It's one of those maps that has a lot of height, as is implied in the name.
No.
No, really?
You're pulling my leg. You're pulling
I am
my leg.
not. I tell you.
Okay.
It has a lot of height, and you've got to just use that height advantage to try and push back your opponents and secure control of the zones. In this one as well, Splat zones, you've got 2 zones. You've got one on each side of that high ground area. It's separated by a grate. Grates are pretty hard to push past. You can't ink it.
Indeed, yeah, and again, if you kind of turn into your inky spitty form, you fall through it, so you don't want to, you're exposed on that line through, which is a very interesting part of this.
Yeah, both teams now grabbing control of their zone as expected on this map. Now it's just going to be looking at how these teams choose to push through. Are they able to push over to that opposing side? Ooh, Scarfy there getting a splat on Nami. Usually one of the ways these teams decide to push over is by climbing up on those walls instead of going past those grates. Looks like a good push for Knas here, but they secure control after a little bit of back and forth. Degno, though, beautiful snipe right there. Degno still alive, fending off this push and able to take control for Team Gifflar.
I think for a map like this, trying to find though, trying to fight across this line, something like Degno's backlining is going to be really important. You're doing a great job with this sniper just to kind of clean out as much as they can. And just putting pressure down all the time. They have the control once again, Gifflar. They have the lead. It's pushing away. Control lost, not fully. Just need to get that back. They just need to cover that ground, but they can't be too complacent as once again, great stuff from Girane getting to the very, very back. Degno going down.
Beautiful play here now. Abow Knas looking to secure that lead, looking to secure this push. This is a tough push now for Gifflar. They've got to try and on the defensive end, push up towards that high ground. Once you have control of this zone, it can easily spiral out of control if you're unable to stop it and unable to get up to that push. But using this little line right here is able to hopefully get
Playing
in.
a dangerous game. Degno can't quite get these spats he needs.
Yeah,
okay, yeah,
some
short shot
tough
there.
Angles from Degno right here.
Marcus going down just to kind of get out of dodge there. A little bit of dangerous play, but falling down. It's back and forth. Once again, we have Gifflar with control, eating through their penalty points and going to try and push through that remaining 14 they need to take the lead. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is a beautiful position right here as well for that charger. Being able to, wow, that splat bomb lurking at the top. Degno here has a great angle, has the high ground. That's exactly what you're looking for as the sniper. Trying to push up into mid as the sniper is very difficult, but once you do have that control, it's going to be great. Scarfy now gets punished in the air with a snipe. Degno, beautiful work.
Incredible. So it just had really, really clean shots, good accuracy today. But yeah, there's just constant back and forth once again. There's just great plays on both sides of this game. Gifflar with the control, of course, as they have 20 points in the lead. 36 is the penalty for knas. They have their control. They're eating through the penalty points now. Can they hold on to it as the teams are starting to form up once again? Scarfy just phasing back, trying to use that AoE just to try and push back any aggression coming forward, but there's so much control and big shots coming up from Gifflar's side.
Yeah, beautiful work here from Gifflar, utilizing those specials to push in towards that zone, but Scarfy here trying to get that splat. Nami doing a great job at securing that zone as well. Gifflar now looking to push through that penalty timer to continue their lead.
Yes, indeed. Looking all good. We've got 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Control being taken out just a little bit. Gifflar just trying to hold on, but you can see how much control is coming out from knas. Shirine going down from Raz, and it just allows them just to breathe. That was such a good push from knas, but Gifflar have it once again. Control back in their favor. Oh man, yeah.
Ray's doing a great job at noticing Marcus was climbing up that wall and stopping that push immediately. Degno now with those tri-strikes, they are in control again. Gifflar does get the splat on Shirane and gets a snipe on Marcus. Beautiful job here by Degno. Absolutely wonderful. Scarfy now trying to get that push. It looks like Abow knas are trying to push up again from that backside into this zone. 14 points left, 10 points left. Gifflar, they are looking to secure this win. Abow knas. Oh.
They're holding onto the control. Excellently done. There was a good push, but knas could not shut it down. Excellent work.
Beautiful job right there. They contested the zone right at the end, but Gifflar, it was just too much. Degno on that charger, absolutely putting in the work.
Oh no, I mean, Degno today has just been doing that a lot. You know, I wouldn't use the term carrying, but it's just, you know, making good opportunities for the team to capture.
Yeah, for the team.
Just getting, even if it's not like a double splat, but just getting good snipes here and there. And just, I mean, okay, fine, there is a double there, but you know, like it's about just finding a key shot. You know, if the opponent are gonna, you know, make a good play, shutting it down before it can open. You know, because it's one of those things in games like these, in team games, windows of opportunity are minuscule. They're minute. You need to be in the right position at the right time with the right support to make it happen, and that just shuts the door completely. You know, if you just take one not random, but one like clean snipe like that, one splat can just make all of the difference. But yeah, once again, 2-1 Gifflar.
We're gonna be looking forward now to Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino. Museum d'Alfonsino making a return. We've played it a couple of times today, but we'll have to see how Clam Blitz plays out on this map mode combo. Yeah,
you can. Oh man, the knas team, they are very much a momentum-based team. It looks like, you know, they lose. They lose the first point. They win a point. They lose. It's like, you know, they need to kind of, you know, try and break out of that, I feel, and not take every win as like their uplift. They need to, you know, sure, losing's not great. You want to, you know, you can't just sit and be like, oh, what? Yay, we lost, but more, you know, try and, you know,
look at how the game went, what went wrong in that game.
Yeah.
But let's hop into Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino. Both of these teams now looking like they have a great loadout coming into this. Very aggressive weapons we see.
Yeah, we've got the...
one thing I want to note off here is that everyone deciding to go towards that middle. This Museum d'Alfonsino map has a little shortcut. If you go to the right side, you can shortcut down into mid faster. No one opting to go for that strat though, wanting to secure those clams and secure a lot of turf before they hop down into mid.
Oh, Shirana using, just zipping around really, really nicely.
Nami with the punish on the Zipcaster there.
Yeah.
The Zipcaster, one of those specials that can be really tough to use if you don't manage to get any momentum going with it.
Oh, wow, 2 splats down, but gets taken out eventually. I say that straight back as well. Yeah, Zipcaster is one of those ones where it feels like a line breaker. It's one of those things where if there's a bit of a stalemate, you can throw it out to like get an injection of pace and positioning that forces reactions.
Yeah, it's a nice way of pushing into the opposing side really fast, but you've got to make sure you keep moving and don't get punished for it.
There's a lot of back and forth here, but no actual push from anything that's happening. Yeah, everyone's just trading back splats, and that's really the name of the game so far.
Yeah, Scarfy now lurking on that block, trying to get something going. Neither of these teams have been able to build up that power clam yet to secure that push. It's very early in the game still. Degno now, though, with that Inkjet, might get punished for it, but stays alive for just a second. Scarfy able to get that splat. The tactical are coming down for Abow knas. Raze now, though, beautiful play with the crab, able to pick up one splat. Looks like Gifflar now are able to build that power clam. They will be visible with that power clam. Reverse holding it.
Still waiting for that first point to be scored.
That was the beautiful aggressive push there from Abow knas. Gifflar now on the defensive end, able to stop that push for now at least. We'll have to see if Abow knas are able to pick up that power clam. It looks like they won't be able to. Marcus now here in mid, looking to retreat and recover. They still got great control of mid, nearly being able to break that basket.
One special on the side of, well, Raz's side there on Gifflar.
Yeah, there's so much back and forth. We're halfway through this game and still not a point to be scored. 9 clams on the side of knas. They maybe have their power clam ready and waiting to go whenever they can find a moment, but there's 2 down on knas's side, so they're going to be losing their clams. The Gifflar now, 15, looking to find their way in, find that line, get that first point if they can. But you can see this wall just really being a massive barrier to Gifflar's approach. Can they find their way in? Going through now. Gets one through, and the second one, 40 points in the blink of an eye.
Beautiful push there, but it's defended by Abow knas. Ooh, Nami looks like they're able to get another one in. Nami sneaking past that defense. Gets punished for it afterwards, though, but 40 points. Beautiful push there from Gifflar.
Plus 30 on the old bonuses as well, so they're going to need more than just one power clam to get out or to start pushing down their score once again. But that was an excellent third power clam coming through from Nami, just finding the time, finding the place.
Yeah, Museum d'Alfonsino is one of those maps where it's kind of tough to get upwards towards that basket. It's very protected by this height and this uninkable wall right there. But we've got a couple of ways up. You can take the spinning platform in mid, you can take this ramp up, there's a block you can jump up, but it's still being very well defended. Raze now, though, with the crab. Looks like this could be another push for Gifflar. They get the power clam in and a wipeout.
Wow, yeah, knas goes down completely, and it's just open season there. They got all these, yeah, that's it. They just had plenty of clams to go straight through. Excellent work there from Gifflar, shutting the door on knas. Another 3-1 for them. And there we have it all locked in. Excellent work. Knas, they lost twice to Gifflar today. They beat them in the qualifiers, but Gifflar really brought out their best and double 3-1 to Knas here. That means that because it was a lower side, Knas will drop out of the tournament. They come 3rd today in the Nordic Finals. Let's have a look at those highlights from this moment. It was such a stalemate for so long, but as soon as that first one happened, it was just a bloodbath, an ink bath, as they say. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that wipeout there being crucial as well. Whilst they were pushing, they were able to get that wipeout to secure even more points and get that knockout. Securing Gifflar now, securing the spot in the finals and a rematch versus Hankikanto.
So a whole bunch of runbacks today. There's a few smiles on their faces. You know, they lost, and they're going to feel a little bit bad
Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah, of course.
3rd place, nothing to scoff at.
No, absolutely not. No, they played really, really well to get this far. Knocked out Blåbærsyltetøy as well. Top 3. And the thing is, you've seen how close it was between these top 3 teams. Hankikanto being put to the screws by Gifflar, and then, knas having beaten Gifflar during the qualifiers, and 3-1ing here twice. It's hard games. you know, Gifflar here, they have a bit of time now, you know, to focus and rest up and get ready for this grand final, which is going to be a little bit different. We will be talking about it when we come back. But we played 3 long matches, really exciting matches. Let's take a quick break, I think.
Yeah.
I'm
We've got
gonna
the grand finals waiting.
Yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to take another like 10-minute break as we prepare for the grand finals, get our players ready and good to go. Obviously, we have a little bit of a different setup for grand finals. It is a double elimination bracket. We'll go through all of that information and more when we come back from this break for the European Championships of Splatoon 3 and your Nordic Finals. We'll see you in just a bit.
Stay tuned.
ships. The Nordic Finals. Oh man, it's been a long, exciting day here in Stockholm. The Tekniska Museet has been a wonderful venue once again. And this is what our teams are playing for. Very shortly, hopefully we're going to get a little cut to the front bit. Just behind, there we go, yeah. We're going to just show you what our teams are playing for today. Those Splatoon 3 wonderful trophies and medals. The grand finals is upon us. 2 teams stand. 10 entered the ring 1 month ago, and now it's all to play for. These 4 trophies and 4 medals for either Hankikanto or Gifflar.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch of our upper bracket finals. That was a very close game where Hankikanto manages to reverse sweep and secure that grand final spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah. So quickly before we do anything else, have a look at that bracket to see the story of the day, because obviously we had 4 teams enter. So let's just kind of quickly show everything there. So on the top side, we had Hankikanto and Blåbærsyltetøy, who, of course, Hankikanto won that one 3-0. Then we had Abow, Knas, and Gifflar for the first time, 3-1 to Gifflar. And it all started from there. We started with that lower bracket where knas saw out Blåbærsyltetøy and put them in 4th place.
Yeah, respectable 4th place for Blåbærsyltetøy. Abow, Knas, and Gifflar then playing as well in that lower bracket, another 3-1. But first, before that, we also had Hankikanto, Gifflar playing to secure that spot in the grand finals. Hankikanto with the reverse sweep to get that spot in the grand finals, and Gifflar having to fight their way back from that lower bracket with another 3-1 against Abow, Knas.
Indeed, and because we're talking about lower brackets and we're saying that grand finals, Hankikanto is on the winner's side, or the upper side. In order for Gifflar to win this tournament, they need to double eliminate Hankikanto. So they need to win again.
Yeah,
win once and then win again.
Hankikanto, since they haven't lost a series yet, they have 1 life left in the tournament. Gifflar don't have that extra life since they're coming from that lower bracket. So Hankikanto, if they win this first series, they will be the champions of the Nordic region. But if Gifflar manages to win it, then we'll go to 1 more grand finals set, and whoever wins it from there will be the champion.
I love a bracket reset. I love a bracket reset. Now, of course, it is the grand finals. It is the finals, and they are grand. So we have to have a grand showcase of great Splatoon. So how are we going to do that on the grand final stage?
Best of 7!
We shift it up. No longer a best of 5, indeed. Best of 7. Minimum 4 games. We're going all the way tonight. So let's have a look at those maps and modes that we're going to be going for these grand finals. 7 games potentially. Again, Turf Wars open.
This is going to be showing us the consistency that these players have. Being able to win a best of 7 is going to be different than being able to win a best of 5. You've got to show that consistency throughout all of these modes. But as always, we start off with Turf War.
Of course, a best of 3 within our best of 7. Umami Ruins and Eeltail Alley are guaranteed, but Scorch Gorge on the just waiting in the wings. Let me at him. I want to be played. In the Turf War. Now, we saw earlier in this previous match that Gifflar won both Turf Wars and won their Splat zones, early on. So, obviously it went a little bit differently, but can Hankikanto hold the line during, just zone control? And if you think about it, the modes they lost were Splat zones and this, which is the pure zone control modes.
Yeah,
but they won in the other objective pushing and, more specific kind of, objective games. So, you have to think, is Gifflar going to be controlling that once again and holding the line as they want to? Before we hit tower control on the Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, going to be looking at our Anarchy battle modes. We've got tower control, Sturgeon Shipyard, Rainmaker, Undertow Spillway, Splat zones on Hagglefish Market, and Clamblitz on Barnacle and Dime, Splat zones Mako Mart, and Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. It's haunting you, Bowie.
I'm just honestly, I'm pretty sure Palo's a big fan of that map and that mode.
Must be, huh?
I mean, yeah, and just to clarify, if there is a bracket reset and we have to do another best of 7, it'll be the same maps and modes. So we already would have played on them.
This is the finals, and these are the maps our players are going to be playing on. Looking into that first match, Umami Ruins.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of looking forward to it, I'd love a bracket reset because I love them. I know that the organizers.
More games.
I know exactly more Splatoon. I know that the organizers are thinking, "Don't you dare! Don't you will it into existence! Don't you dare!" But like, I feel for Gifflar because they played phenomenally in that winners finals, and they just couldn't, hold it for long enough. And it shows that they can do it. And whilst it hurts, as I was saying, they cannot take anything but positives away from that event, really, because it was such a good show. Hankikanto are, they're the #1 seed for a reason, but Gifflar showed why they're second seed, that they can take that, the best players in the region to the edge. So let's get into it. The players readying up. You've had Ark, Sendo, Atomic, and Kaldemar there. The full roster of the Hankikanto team representing Finland. All good. Ready to go. Just need to see out one more set.
Yeah, looking at trying to win that Turf War matchup. They lost previously, Hankikanto, so how are they going to change up their game plan to secure this win?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to call in terms of what really they did wrong necessarily, because they were both like
they were this close.
Yeah, one was a 1.6% difference and the other was a 4.2. Like there's nothing in it. So you can't say they did anything wrong. They were just on the other side of the coin flip when it came to it. So that's how it goes. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just hold on to your specials for that last push. Win it. Win the last push. Crack on.
As we mentioned, Turf War, last 30 seconds is what matters.
Yeah, I mean, what you could just do is just, cover your spawn and just wait. Wait for 2 minutes and then go for it. Okay, here, we're going into the first game. This is your grand finals, the Nordic Finals for the Splatoon 3 European Championships. The last match is beginning right now. All right, here we go. They're jumping in. And what can these top two teams do? This was a map that for Splat zones, I believe, was the one where we actually had Gifflar win this for that second to go 2-0 up against Hankikanto. So I'm pretty sure Hanki are going to be looking for a little bit of revenge there, show that they can control this space and win out on this map once again.
Yeah, Atomic there with a different play that we haven't seen before, lurking in mid, trying to get that early bit of control from the middle. Kaldemar now, though, with that crab tank, looking to put a lot of pressure on the opponents. Does manage to pick up a Splat on Nami. Atomic as well now with that special, unable to get anything going, but gets a lot of control, a lot of turf from this. That bubbler as well, being a defensive, just being a defensive zone you can stay in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, some nice shots there. Just trading back a little bit. Nothing major just yet. It's a little bit tense. But yeah, surely we'll be getting a bit more big plays coming out. Just trading blows, feeling each other out, trying to figure out where the tendencies lie. But so far, though, Gifflar losing another 2 members, and Hankikanto looking to capitalize upon that.
Yeah, Atomic now getting up on this middle area, has that Trizuka. Nami is in a dangerous spot,
nice.
Does get taken down by this. Raz now looking to get a push up that middle, but Atomic instantly shutting it down, just scaring off the opponent. Degno Thou, beautiful play to get that Splat in the middle zone.
Yep. Degno, though, we've seen Degno do some great work on this map. Being a strong backliner, just doing a great job of covering and pressurizing from that back line. Their ball point been very on point, excuse me, so far. But as you can see, great control right now of this mid line as well, pushing into the opponent base. Ink Strikes coming out to hold back Hankikanto for a little bit longer.
Hankikanto now really looking to try and push back in. There's 1 minute left. These teams are trying to build their specials. Hankikanto close to building maybe even 3 specials on their side. Degno Thou, though, with the Inkjet, using it a little early, it seems like. Not able to pick up any splats from that.
One member of Gifflar going down, though, as we come into the last 40 seconds. There's danger to be had. As you can see, them some points going up right now as well for Gifflar. They're getting a special on the board. There's a 1-for-1 trade right now.
Beautiful burst bomb there from Kaldemar to pick up that Splat. And the shot strafing picks up a Splat on Raz. Nami now in a really tough spot. Kaldemar playing this to perfection.
Yeah, that's the kind of plays you want to be making at this point in the game. Look at that percentage. It's looking really good right now. The center being controlled by Hankikanto with 10 seconds left on the board. Can Gifflar find anything now? 2 for 2. Nami's gone down. There's a little bit of pushback now. Can Raz get enough? Can they get enough control here? No! The Splat does cover the zone. That looks good for Hankikanto, but was there enough backline coverage? Good first game. Ooh, I think that's definitely in favor of Hankikanto, but it's a close one. 51 to 46. It is tight. First game looking very good. I think genuinely that was a case of just those last couple of splats in the center, because obviously when you get splatted by your opponent, you leave a splash of their color. So nice shots from Nami with the Trizuka. I'm sorry, with Atomic from the Trizuka there. I've seen during these finals and the qualifiers before, I've seen some great Trizuka shots. Kaldemar there with an excellent 2 for 1 as well.
Yeah, Kaldemar there, those last 25 seconds has that push. Gifflar had great control of that middle area, but that push in the end just being too strong. Yes,
indeed. So first Turf War round going to Hankikanto. They're readying up. We're going to be jumping over to Eeltail Alley for our second game, and Hankikanto looking just to get that first point on the board. Gifflar, so far, since winning those first 2 rounds of Turf War and the Splat zones, haven't been able to fire back. This is where they need to stop this momentum. They do not want to be on the point of doing like having to do the reverse 4-0, because it's a best of 7.
That's a tougher reverse sweep to do. Reverse sweeps are always tough, especially with the mental game that goes into being able to reverse sweep. So let's hop into this match right here. Eeltail Alley Turf War.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. So, again, a very, very close back and forth, and Hankikanto falling on the right side of history that time. Looks like they're going to be gearing up for another push as the early spawns getting covered.
One thing I want to note here that is a bit different from Hankikanto. Hankikanto usually has that wave approach where all 4 players come in at the same time with those specials. But now Atomic solo going up to mid, trying to just push Gifflar back a little bit as they wait for that support from 3 of their teammates. It's an interesting way that they've switched up their strategy from some previous Turf War matches that they've had.
And it looks like it went in favor of Gifflar as well. They managed to get that splat on the point member of Hankikanto, who went down 2 against Hankikanto now. Gifflar looking to control the center point. Sendo looking around to the side, going for a bit of a flank, trying to find a better position just to pepper a little bit of pressure onto the opponent here.
There's a green cone. Atomic now with this push right here. Degno trying to pick up a little splat on Atomic, but both of them are able to dodge it. Degno jumps back and gets splatted by that splat bomb.
Perfect spacing and timing. Really, really good awareness from Hankikanto to get that splat.
Yeah, Raz here now trying to get some control back towards mid. Raze with the crab putting up a bit of pressure, manages to take a splat on Arc. Raze now looking to push further up into the side. Gifflar now trying to advance into Hankikanto's side and take the lead. This is what we saw in game 1 as well. Gifflar having control of that mid. Now they just don't lose it, you know?
Raz is just trying to find some space. Kaldemar just covering a little bit of ground underneath right now, just doing a little bit of the old admin that needs doing. As we have a minute left on the board. This is looking pretty tense. We got the Crab Tank once and again out from Kaldemar. He's put in some great work from this, but you can see instantly getting taken down by the Trizuka. Excellent counter to the Crab Tank, neutralizing it immediately.
That is a massive threat on the field. Being able to take it out that early on is going to be really valuable for Gifflar if they want to keep this control of mid. Hankikanto pushing in a lot though.
Yeah, looking at the special counters right now on Gifflar, they want to play it safe, want to hold on to it so they can get their specials going. 1 is up with 3 more close behind. 30 seconds. This is the moment to make your play if you're going to make it. Sendo waiting on the lines. Nami coming down. Trying to find a way in, getting pressure from all corners, gets taken down immediately, 20 seconds. The specials are now being dropped, coming out. Hankikanto are looking to pressurize if they can, but look at that map. It's very back and forth. Hankikanto with a bit of a lead there, pushing into the side. 7 seconds left, but can anything happen? Oh, it looks like
Hankikanto might be stealing this turf war win right now. Gifflar had such great control. We'll have to check with Judd and Lil Judd. How's it looking? It looks like a Hankikanto win for turf war.
Yeah, a much more commanding win as well. 55 to 40%. The first point going over to Hankikanto. They have been, well, they were enraged when they went 2-0 down, and they are bringing their all to bear in this grand finals as well. So far, 2-0 on the turf war. That first point going over to Hankikanto.
Yeah, looking at some highlights from this matchup. Gifflar had great control throughout the match, but Hankikanto in the end there, able to secure that push. And as we've mentioned multiple times now, turf war, all about those last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is a pretty intense thing. You know, it's kind of weird to say that. I mean, it does come down to the last 30 seconds, but it doesn't mean that any of the other game is like not important. You know, it's
all about positioning yourself for those last 30 seconds and putting yourself in a spot where you have your specials, putting yourself in a spot where you can use them to the best effect possible.
Yeah, I mean, you could even argue. I mean, if you want to really start getting really deep about how we want to argue it, you know, that kind of the last minute, how you prepare for that last 30 seconds. How can you find a good position or keep your specials intact, build it if you haven't got any available? You know, there's all that kind of stuff that adds up. But so far, Hankikanto have been having good control, great power plays, and making it all matter at the end. So good stuff from them. They are 1-0 up. It's tower control next. Sturgeon Shipyard, which I don't think we've seen today again either.
No, Sturgeon Shipyard is a wonderful map, has that middle section that is slightly raised, but you've got a snipe looking over from that platform. I'm very curious to see now if we're going to see Degno on that sniper.
Yeah, I think, you know, he wants to bring out the big guns and, you know, try and be the playmaker he's shown that he can be and has been in previous matches here. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if he can do that at the key moments, it's going to be looking good. So the players are ready. We're jumping into game right now. Tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. Can Gifflar get a game back after a much more composed Hankikanto and really make this a contested grand finals? Let's see.
Both teams spawning in here, and we see Degno with that charger. We'll have to see if they're able to use it effectively. Both of these teams now looking to get towards that middle, scramble as fast as they can towards it. Rainmaker, we've got to look at who has that, or tower control, sorry. We're going to have to look at who gets that initial positioning and who gets that initial control of mid. We've got a splat right there for Hankikanto. Raised though with this crab, able to get a little bit of pressure going, but that bubbler protecting Hankikanto from those shots.
Yeah, it's been a pretty key special, the old bubbler for Hankikanto. They've been doing it, you know, just to stop any kind of mounting pressure and to like halt advances as well. So been really good stuff. Degno now looking to find the line he wants. Splash ball in the way. Zones back a little bit as Arc gets onto the tower and starts sending it home. So we got our first checkpoint now.
Popping that bubbler. One thing to note with that bubbler is the timer that bubbler is up is shorter when it is on the tower than if it's on the ground. Still choosing to use it to try and pop that first checkpoint, but unable to do so. Now it's Gifflar trying to take control of the tower. It looks like they're going to start their first push of the match towards this first checkpoint. Nami now lurking, trying to catch Hankikanto off guard as they come up to the top, but Atomic knew about it already. Yeah. Atomic has it covered.
Yeah, that was really clean from Atomic, and didn't just know it was there, know that the play was happening, but responded to it perfectly and really executed brilliantly. Atomic going down though from Raz's Trizuka. A bit, the splash wall comes up to keep them protected as they're pushing the tower forward. Very nice splash wall, using it and bouncing between two positions to keep themselves safe. Look at this great work from Raz here on the tower. The splash wall is gone. Has to either fight back or keep themselves moving.
Ooh,
Good defensive wall.
Sponge. Shooting that sponge to get a wall up so that they can stay protected from the Hankikanto defense right here. Hankikanto looks like they are able to get control of the tower now and start their push back towards mid.
Yeah, that was excellent control from Gifflar, just to hold on and just allow. You can see 26-72, really good push from Gifflar here. That was excellently done. As Hankikanto take the tower and will start their push forward.
Yeah, that was a really strong first push. I love that splash wall that we saw on the tower. One thing with the splash wall that you can do is you can go back and forth between it to lure your opponent to shoot towards whichever side you're on. Now,
excellent usage of like all the tools at your disposal, even if it might be a little bit unorthodox to use it in that way. But yeah, good stuff. Degno here, keeping himself safe with the spike. Tries to get out of it, but can't get away quick enough. It's 3 members down now, and Hankikanto are now pushing past the checkpoint, and they're going to be making their way towards that base, trying to take that lead. 20 is the difference. 15, 10.
If they're able to push past this checkpoint, they will be taking the lead. But Gifflar able to take it back for a second. Now they got to try and push through that checkpoint again. Hankikanto, are they able to take the lead? It looks like Gifflar will be able to defend and stave off that push.
That was a very critical hold there for Gifflar. They need it because it's so far back in the enemy lines. Holding on to that will make it so much harder for Hankikanto to get in, but also give Gifflar a little bit of time just to breathe and see if they can mount their own offense. But excellently done from Gifflar to hold on to that one.
Yeah, Degno now looking to pick up some snipes in towards the middle. That bubbler again. We've seen it from Hankikanto.
Atomic with a great evade and way out there. Nice line to see. Degno now on the tower, looking for a line to find. Just chasing the opponents down with these long shots. Just covering options, knows that their arc's gone to the side there. Arc with a bomb over. Splat bomb's coming out.
Yeah, Arc now trying to defend, trying to hold their spot there, but Gifflar with those bombs not letting up the pressure. Arc now has the bubbler. We'll have to see when they opt to use this, if they opt to use it in a defensive manner, or if they're going to be able to push them out and use it in a more offensive manner.
Oh,
beautiful
Trizuka shot
on Raze.
Atomic has been really strong with the angles and the accuracy on this Trizuka. Genuinely fantastic work so far. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and they have to push all the way to that checkpoint to start pushing down. There's 3 in it. All they need is 4 points to get themselves the lead, as there's 10 seconds to go. We're going to be hitting overtime, but can Arc be stopped? At checkpoint 2, oh!
Gifflar able to stave off the push for now. They have another chance at it. Hankikanto in overtime. Are they going to be able to take this? It looks like they might be able to take it.
No one's on the tower. There it is. They take the lead. Hankikanto. The entire game, Gifflar had it, but it came down to overtime. 2-0 for Hankikanto after a really spirited and fantastic play there from Gifflar.
My goodness, what a matchup. Gifflar unable to keep their lead, losing it in overtime, and they contested the tower multiple times. But Hankikanto not letting up that pressure, just getting back on the tower, pushing it further and further and further.
Oh god, they know how close this is as well. Like, you know, they're having a good time, but at the same time, this moment here, look at Atomic shot there. Just knew it was happening, instantly take it down. Atomic had so many great picks and moments just to stop. I was talking earlier about how, like, you know, there's a play being made and shutting it down instantly. You know, those kind of situations were just, you know, really key. Atomic got some great splats in that scenario. So yeah, man, that's a tough one again. So close yet so far.
Yeah, having that early push and that early lead, unable to defend that lead though. We'll have to see now these players. Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway is gonna be the next matchup.
Oh yes, indeed. Now again, it is 2-0, but it's not championship point just yet. It is gonna be up, or tournament point. Championships are next month. Tournament point just yet. It's a best of 7, so you need to get to 4, first to 4. So Hankikanto are halfway there. They're not done yet. Game is looking like it's starting as well, so that time is ticking down. We're going to be jumping into Rainmaker, as you said, on the Undertow spillway. Hankikanto looking to give themselves 3-point lead and a long journey for Gifflar. Gifflar looking to just to start their campaign in this best of 7, and it's Rainmaker to be the one.
Degno looking like having adapted with that ballpoint splatling instead of that charger. A very interesting pick here, but it might work out good for them. Rainmaker is one of those modes where you have to be extra mobile. Sometimes with that charger, you cannot be as mobile as you can with that ballpoint splatling. Hankikanto, though, with the initial pop and beautiful bubbler to just keep the pressure up there for Arc.
Yeah, they could just like stand near that Rainmaker and kind of prevent anyone from getting in, but Nami's got the Kraken out. Trying to push down, misses Arc! Oh, okay, eventually gets Arc, there we go. You can't get away from the Kraken. There's 2 down on both sides, though. Hankikanto looking to grab this one. There's a 1v1 in the center. Great evasion from both sides, though. Atomic can't quite get the splat there.
Maybe you can get away from the Kraken, but when it's Nami on the Kraken, you definitely cannot get away from that. Nami now looking to get an aggressive push, but does get punished for it in that 2v1 situation. Sendo now stuck alone, but manages to hit that direct shot to Oko the opponent.
Yeah, there's only been 2 points put into this one. The shield's going up. It is a tough game. Once again, these two just going like hammer and tongs at each other, but just cannot find a big break either way right now. Really spirited stuff. As you can see, Hankikanto looking to push a little bit into Gifflar's line as Sendo goes down from another great try-to-go shot from Raz, and a nice trade there as well. 2 for 1 then. Can any push be made? As no one really wants to pick up the Rainmaker right now. Everyone wants to get a good push with enough line to get it to one of these checkpoints ASAP. Degno pushing with that Inkjet. Rainmaker picked up. Points going. Raz getting pressured. Harangued a little bit, but 71 points is progress. It's something.
Yeah, both of these teams wanting to get control of the map before they secure that push. It's not, they both realize it's not worth grabbing that Rainmaker early on. Otherwise, this looks like a great push for Hankikanto. Has that Tacticooler. Looks like they're going to be able to potentially push this first checkpoint, and there it almost
stopped.
Gifflar with the stop. They managed to defend that checkpoint right there. Hankikanto, though, popping the Rainmaker again, gets lots of turf from that. Gonna have another attempt to smack it down on the podium, and it looks like this time is the time where they break through that checkpoint.
Trying to contest the shield now. There's a lot of shots going out. They do get that one. Degno now with a little bit of a height advantage. Can he use that that ball point as he has been pressurizing really, really well? Covering lines, gets a quick assassination there. Has to deal with this splash wall. Moves eloquently, but does trade in the end. It is a good trade. It was a 2 for 1 specifically just on Degno, but what's going to happen here? We have Nami Rainmaker on hold. Trying to find the line. Wants to go for this left side checkpoint as well. You can see Arc on the side protecting.
Yeah, instantly with that counter push, Gifflar trying to get something going, but it looks like Hankikanto are putting up a great defense. That bubbler taken out with the wipeout as well. Lots of space opening up now for Hankikanto to push this Rainmaker really far. It looks like they're opting towards that left side of the map as they have been previously. This is the side most teams choose to go when they have that Rainmaker. Arc, though, looking to take that lead and go towards that podium. Getting a really far push, 13 remaining.
Yeah, it was good to use the splash wall to kind of keep them safe going up the metal grate, so they, obviously they can't, swim through the ink there. So a little bit of good side special usage to ensure that they could get that passage. But right now it is a lot of trades back and forth, but eventually Hankikanto does get taken down. That should be the end of their power play there. The Rainmaker is still up. As you see, you've still got one more as that Kaldemar jumps away to safety. They're going to reset the Rainmaker. Oh no, they're just going to grab it and try and push fast. 1 minute left. Hankikanto looking to go 3-0 up here. Gifflar still just trying to fight back and get a game back against Hankikanto after they had that 2-0 lead.
Nami with the Kraken now pushing up. Is this going to be the power play that Gifflar needs? Tries to chase down Sendu, manages to get the Splat as well. Beautiful work from them. One thing to note, though, is Hankikanto. They have that Tacticooler charge.
Look at how much zone control they have. It's so hard to fight through the space, get the splats, and then push forward. Atomic is down right now, though.
Arc releases the bubbler, it looks like, on that far side, just behind the checkpoint, so they're safe in defending it. Raz trying to find some shots down as Sendo gets a wonderful wipeout there. Yeah, that's not looking good for Gifflar.
10 seconds remaining. Gifflar have to get control of this Rainmaker, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get anywhere near the Rainmaker.
Excellent timing on that wipeout. That's going to be the game. Hankikanto are looking dangerous, just completely unrelenting. They went 2-0 down. They were like, look, we can't lose this. That's not okay with us. And they bring out their absolute best right now, and they are showing why they're the #1 seed. A devastating team to go up against sometimes. Gifflar they had the 2-0 advantage. They unfortunately lost that reverse sweep, and now Hankikanto on the complete other side of it. If Gifflar want a chance at this, they need to reverse sweep a 4-0 here to get that bracket reset. And we're going to Splat zones next, which is the Anarchy mode they did win on. So maybe that's that's their foot in the door. That's that moment. But they need to be focused here. They need to try and find something, summon it up from wherever it gets summoned from, and take a game if they can.
Yeah, Hankikanto has really stepped up in this grand finals. We saw them get caught a little off guard, maybe underestimating Gifflar, and Gifflar bringing it to them in that first match. Hankikanto had to reverse sweep, but it looks like now they want to secure this win quickly.
But even if the score belies how close these matches are as well, because there's nothing in it.
It's a couple of
It's nothing in it.
It's
yeah.
overtime. It's
just so close, and it's it would be a shame if it did kind of end here. I don't want to say it will, but players are readying up for this Splat zones. We're going to Hagglefish Market as well specifically. But it could be potentially the final game of the night. You never know. We'll see if we can go the distance. But, Hankikanto looking to end it right here, right now, punch their card through to the grand finals in Germany at the beginning of October and represent the Nordic region. That's what our teams are playing for, as well as those wonderful trophies. But we will see how it goes. It's exciting time. It's a scary position to be in if you are Gifflar, to be like, well, we've got a lot of work to do. But it's not over until that final timeout or the final game is over and that final Judd flag is lifted. But we're going into potentially our last game of the day. Game 4 in our grand finals, Splat zones on Hagglefish Market. Let's go. Can Hankikanto secure their place in the grand finals, or can Gifflar hold on and give themselves one last chance to make it there?
Gifflar are going to have to work hard now to secure this win. First, they've got to reverse sweep Hankikanto, and after that, they've got to win yet another set if they want to go to Frankfurt and represent the Nordic region and the European Championship.
A lot of excellent players will be in attendance, and there's going to be some hard matches, so make sure to bring the best. As you can see, the central point is being taken over by Gifflar. Nice and early. Reyes with that crab tank, forcing back as many opponents as possible, rolling forward, trying to press the advantage.
Something to note here on Gifflar is the weapon comps that they have picked up right now. They've got that charger, but they've also got a double crab. So I think they're really looking to change things up, catch Hankikanto off guard, and just secure a lot of pressure. This is one of those maps that the crab tank is especially good on. If you can lob shots towards the back of that those boxes on the side. The Hankikanto now on the defensive end, trying to get back into this zone. Gifflar have great control of mid, but that's 2 splats, that's 3 splats. Hankikanto securing control of the zone with a wipeout.
Yeah, they're looking to take that lead again once more. And they just always get these wipeouts and these big power plays exactly when it matters, and it's looking tricky right now for Gifflar. It's not over, of course. There's a long bit to play, and this is a very back and forth mode as well. So triple ink strikes come in to try and force back Hankikanto, who are turning the screws. They are turning up the heat and getting ready to punch their card, as I said, all the way through to that grand finals if they can. 40 points left to do it. There's 2 down on the side of Hankikanto. Gifflar get 3 down. They take control back. They put 47 bonus points on that side for Hankikanto to work through. This is their last, well, you have to guess, perhaps, feel maybe one of their last chances to stay in this. What can they do? Crab tank out, controlling that central line. Splash Wolf protection as well.
Gifflar right now with control of the zone, looking to push down that timer. They're very close to taking the lead here. Just gotta hold on a little while longer. It looks like they might be able to with some of those weapons. Atomic though, beautiful work taking a spot, but they still lose the lead, taking control a tiny bit too late.
Yeah, they do, yeah. I mean, they've got to work through a lot of points, but there's still 2.5 minutes to work with here, so, you know, you have to think that they're going to do all right with that.
Yeah, Hankikanto now looking to push up, trying to push up against this opposing side. Gifflar, though, if you look at their specials count, their specials are getting charged up really soon here. But that is a beautiful push from Sendu. The crab right now raised, forced to back out. Sendo doing a great job at just keeping them back. Hankikanto taking the lead after that. It's only 25 points left, 20 points away from booking a ticket to the grand finals, the European finals.
Looking so good. There's a double splat again against Hankikanto. They get another one. They need to stop. They need to stop it now. There it is, a wipeout. That is critical for Gifflar. That could be the thing that keeps them alive in this match. Hankikanto so close to Germany and just loses it at that last moment. A big set of points is now being added to their side. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to see it at home. Gifflar, though, as you can see, close to finishing up these bonus points, and then it's the last 28 to go as one person goes down. Sendo there.
Putting out that wave breaker, trying to break into middle. Gifflar losing control here, but they have a huge penalty to break through there, Hankikanto.
Yeah, but again, look, this reverse wipeout once again. So much aggression from both sides. They're pushing with everything they've got. But, you know, they have to say that, you know, those bonus points are ticking down quickly. And when they're gone, it's just 5 regular points to go. They haven't got much time at all. They need to make a play. They have got a couple of specials almost available. Now's the time for the big push.
Yeah, Hankikanto now trying to hold down to this zone. There's only 5 points remaining for them to
Lost
put
control.
through.
Can they get it?
Though, trying to get control with that crab tank. Hankikanto though, securing control of the zone. It might get contested. It's contested at one
last point. It's over. Hankikanto confirm it after a 2-0 down. They reverse sweep Gifflar, and in the grand finals, 4-0. They do not drop a game. Incredibly close from all of them. But there you have it. Hankikanto, the #1 seed of the Nordic region, have incredibly...
Securing that spot in the Splatoon 3 European Championship 2023 on the 7th and 8th of October in Frankfurt to represent the Nordic region.
Excellently done from them. They're going to be really relieved for that one. Commiserations, of course, to the runners-up who put on an excellent show and pushed Hankikanto to the limit. Give a massive round of applause as well for Gifflar, who played incredibly today. Brilliant work from them. It's going to hurt, of course. We're just going to step, hopefully, we're going to step to the center here. And I'd like to ask if Hankikanto can come forward just quickly for a very brief, very quick winners interview. I don't mind speaking to all of you or one of you, but I'd like to speak to some of you. Just all of you come round, please.
The lucky mascot.
The lucky mascot you see through. So I have a bunch of questions for some of you, of course. Whoever wants to talk. If just you, or I mean, if anyone else wants to. First off, I want to talk about the winners' finals, because obviously this was a big thing. You went 2-0 down, and you were on the verge of being knocked into the loser's side. As a team, what was that conversation like? What went through your heads, and what did you do to bring that back from 2-0 down?
Yeah, so I think that's one of our strengths as a team. We have a lot of veterans that have been at many lands. So at that point, you kind of just have to think that, okay, well, we 2-0 down, it's okay. We have to keep going. And I think that's just what we did. And yeah, I'm really proud of my teammates, because in that situation, I can tell you, not everyone can handle it. They give up or anything. But for us, we say this happened, but let's move on. And that was so good.
So did you feel that specific change? Was there something in your gameplay that shifted? Because, Gifflar played brilliantly, and that's why you were in that position in the first place. But do you feel that you genuinely stepped it up? Do you feel that you weren't bringing your best in those first 2 games?
Yeah, definitely I think so. And I mean, on a stage like this, you want to perform your best. You can do so well in practice games and go to a tournament and do horribly. That's always an option. But what you have to do is you have to like put those thoughts aside, and I'm so much adrenaline, I don't even remember the question at this point, but maybe if you repeat, I can answer the question.
No, I mean, you did technically answer the question about feeling that change of like pace and that ability. You upped your game.
Yeah, and exactly, and what I want to say is that, well, you lose a couple, and then you are kind of thinking that, well, we lost, it's okay, like life goes on, we just have to play better. And I think then everyone really stepped up. Like it was a different team after that. Like as you saw now, Grand Finals, it's a different team. Like that's how it worked for us this time.
I'll say that, I mean, despite the fact that it was from 2-0 down to winning 3-2 and then winning 4-0, those games are all really, really close. So, I mean, like, I feel like how close it was belies the score. Or, like, sorry, the score lies about how close it actually was. You know, so obviously 4 years ago, I know that yourself and Kaldemar were, you know, the Nordic representatives again. So you're doing that again, which is lovely. Now getting to do that alongside Arc and Atomic as well, who both put in. By the way, you both put in excellent showings today. Some amazing picks. You know, how does it feel to play with this new team and kind of? Yeah, what do you think? I'd like to get some thoughts from you as well about how it feels to be here.
Yeah, for sure. So, of course, they had been playing together as Polar Knight, so it was kind of easy for me to just come in. But I gotta say, it took some scrims of trying. Like, I think Range Blaster, it's not so common pick these days, but we kept an open mind and see what works well with the comp. Like, you saw Atomic, like, I don't think I have to even comment about her performance. Like, there's a reason why people think she's hacking, but now that she did the same thing at the LAN, now people can stop believing that. But yeah, I just have to think like, okay, what role I have to fit? And for me, like the aggressive role was a new one. But like playing with such great teammates, there's never any like problem fitting in. Like you just have to like go through it, and I'm really proud of us.
One thing I did want to ask you, Atomic, because there was, I think it was on the Sturgeon Shipyard match where Nami was trying to make a play on the bridge. And you saw that positioning and just went up and punished. I was wondering kind of like how do you position yourself to kind of, if you want to speak. If you don't want to, it's fine.
I actually don't remember what my thought process there was, so I can't really say.
Yeah, it was just excellent like positioning and just accuracy as well. Like your Trizuka shots were nuts. Kaldemar, you want to say something?
Yeah, I can't like state it enough that Atomic made some incredible plays during those games. Like triple kills or triple splats that just like brought us back into the game.
No, absolutely.
In situations where we basically had already lost at least the situation, maybe not the map completely, but like just bringing it back single-handedly. And everyone else as well had really amazing moments.
Yeah.
Like as individual players, but also as a team, like. Well played.
Oh yeah, honestly, you grew over the course of the day as well.
Yeah, and I have to say about the winners' finals that my hands were shaking a bit. So
a bit.
I have to say to Gifflar that they made amazing showing. Like it wasn't easy by any means.
Yeah. Ark, is there anything you want to add as well before you go and take your prizes?
I don't know.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Well, I mean, obviously you put into a great effort as well. So congratulations. You are the Nordic champions, and you all will be representing your region in Frankfurt next month for the Grand Finals. So yeah, congratulations. I think the only thing we have to do is to say, go and collect your trophies and your medals and raise them into the sky in victory. And we'll see you next month. Here we go. Take one. Here we go. One for you. The captain gets the one raised up. Are you the captain? You're the captain. Atomic. And of course your medals as well. But face the front, and I'll hold this. And in unison, raise your trophies aloft, ladies and gentlemen. Your Nordic regional qualifiers and champions, Hankikanto. Sorry. Excellently done all. Right then, So that's it for the Nordic Finals. These players are going to go home and get ready and prepare for the Grand Finals in Germany. Just quickly as well, a big thank you to everyone who was here to be part of the event. A big thanks to my co-caster, Charlie Astronaut, for working with me. All the players who played here and showed up, you all put in a great showing. I know there's a lot of broken hearts here, but everyone played brilliantly, and I can just say it was an excellent day of Splatoon 3. This region should be very proud of the quality they consistently bring out. So keep on being awesome. So yeah, congrats to these guys. We'll see you in Germany for those Grand Finals. So yeah, just keep on playing and enjoying Splatoon 3, and we'll see you soon. Take care.